Chapter 1376. The current emperor had 9 daughters and 17 sons. Other than the youngest princes and princesses, the rest stayed away from Linzi either actively or passively. Even this time, Jiang Wuqi's funeral was held remotely. He was not summoned back to the capital. In the past, the 4 palace masters, Chang'el, Huaying, Yangxin, and Changsheng, had proven their abilities and stood out among the other princes. The emperor was willing to give more opportunities to outstanding children, but the Qi's resources were not unlimited. They could not be wasted in the battle for the throne. Outside of Chang'el Palace, the other 3 palaces, Huaying, Yangxin, and Changsheng, had already completed the first round of selection. The crown prince could only be chosen from these 4 palace masters. The other princes and princesses stayed away from Linzi to prevent mediocre people from wasting the country's resources, no matter what kind of emotions people harbored. From a practical point of view, Jiang Wuqi was already dead. The huge political assets he left behind should be taken care of by the entire Qi. Crown Prince Jiang Wuhua, Huaying Palace Master Jiang Wuyo, and Yangxin Palace Master Jiang Wuxia. These 3 could not be relaxed. Even the seemingly hopeless 14th prince, Jiang Wuyong, was sometimes sick, sometimes had problems with his cultivation, and sometimes had to take care of his sick mother. He tried everything to stay in Linzi. Of course, it was not just to be able to cry in front of Jiang Wuqi's coffin. To be honest, Jiang Wuyong was not stupid. He could see very clearly. Among the brothers and sisters who were qualified to fight for the throne, Jiang Wuhua's magnanimity was compassion for his incompetent younger brother. It was like an adult's tolerance for a childish child. He did not see Jiang Wuhua as a threat at all. Jiang Wuyo had never liked him like this. Perhaps Jiang Wuxia only saw him as a clown. Only Jiang Wuqi, the 11th brother, would look at him seriously. He would care about his food and clothing expenses and would stand up for him against Jiang Wan. Therefore, his sadness at this moment was not completely exaggerated. But it was impossible for him not to think about it. Jiang Wuqi had died young, abruptly cutting off his path to immortality, leaving behind an empty longevity palace. Would imperial father's favor be transferred to him, who was even younger? As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to be fully prepared. Tianzi loved Jiang Wuqi the most, so he wanted to cry the most. He and his imperial father were connected by blood, and their hearts were connected by blood. In this situation, there should be the same pain, and from this similar pain, there should be more intimacy. No matter if it was Jiang Wuhua, Jiang Wuyo, or Jiang Wuxia, none of them lacked the wisdom to see through such thoughts. But they all behaved differently. Important subjects of the empire like Chao, Jie, and Chen Fu, on the other hand, had no need to express their stance in front of the princes and princesses. First, he stood outside the hall and waited for them to finish arguing before coming in. This was a kind of attitude. As for Jiang Wang, he sat in a well-behaved manner, but his mind had already sunk into the world of Dao techniques. Political tactics, psychological tactics, power techniques, there were thousands of techniques in the world, but he only sought his own techniques. The Longhu Dao technique was passed down from old Yang, and its origins were quite extraordinary. The so-called tiger referred to the 8 winds. This technique attracted the 8 winds, but of course, it was not truly summoning the 8 winds. It was an imitation of the 8 winds. Just like Wang Zhangxiang's breath tornado in Maplewood City's Dao Academy. Jiang Wang had the Buzhou wind divine power and had strengthened it to an extremely high level. Compared to the tiger of the Longhu Dao technique, it was easier for him to open his mind. And the dragon of the Longhu Dao technique referred to the spine. At the current cultivation level, it could also be said to be the heavenly sea. After leaping out of the heavenly sea, the soaring dragon of the Dao veins had never returned. It had wandered in the 5 prefectures' sea for a long time, and now it had swum into the hidden star sea. As the first of the 4 seas to open, the heavenly sea was almost idle after the soaring dragon realm. It might not be useful until the 4 seas were connected. At the very least, Jiang Wang, who was at the outer building realm, did not have much use for the heavenly sea. The connection of the four seas was also one of the manifestations of the immortal arrival realm. Therefore, what was truly stopping Jiang Wang in the evolution of Dao techniques was actually the dragon of the Longhu Dao technique. At the outer building realm, it was very difficult for him to understand how this Dao technique could make use of the heavenly sea. He could only carefully study it bit by bit. In comparison with the detailed explanation of the burning city of flame flowers that Zhuo Guangshu had given him, in addition to his previous experience of cultivating the flame flowers and his control of fire Dao techniques, his progress in cultivating the burning city of flame flowers was above that of the Longhu Dao technique. Time always passed very quickly when immersed in cultivation. Jiang Wang did not care much about how people behaved in front of Jiang Wuqi's coffin. After all, such things only concerned one's own heart. It was only when Feng Gu's aged voice sounded that he abruptly withdrew his thoughts. This old servant greets the emperor. His voice trembled as if he was choking. The emperor was here. Everyone in the morning hall stood up and bowed. The Daki empresses also bowed slightly. Speaking of which, no matter where the emperor and empress went in the past, they would always announce their presence and open the way for them. Today, they came to Jiang Wuqi's coffin quietly. Perhaps they did not want to disturb the departed soul. Jiang Wang soon found out why Feng Gu was choking. Not only did the emperor remove his crown, but he was also wearing mourning clothes today. He walked into the hall in white mourning clothes. Not far behind him was Han Ling, who followed suit. The emperor only raised his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. He walked a few steps forward and stopped in front of the coffin. At this moment, Jiang Wang and Zhang Wuyo were on the emperor's right side. Further ahead on the right side was the commander of the Lightning Prison Army, Xiao Yuan, who was also standing in front of the throne. Further ahead of Xiao Yuan were Jiang Wuxia, the crown princess, and the Daki empresses, who were standing beside the coffin. Separated by the coffin, the crown prince, Jiang Wuhua, and the 14th prince, Jiang Wuyong, were opposite the empress. One of them was grieving, while the other was still crying. Further behind them, in front of a row of seats, stood Chao Jie and Chun Fu. Everyone was silent, waiting for the Son of Heaven to say or do something. The emperor prayed to his subjects, and the father prayed to his son. Only the coffin could never respond. This was not the first time Jiang Wang saw the emperor, but just like the first time, he could only feel an unfathomable majesty. The higher his cultivation, the higher his official position, the more he saw and the further he thought, the more he could understand the unfathomable power of the emperor. With a flip of his hand, the entire Qi Empire was tied to him. With a thought, he could shake the entire modern world. Today, he was wearing mourning clothes. Perhaps he was just a father who had lost his beloved son, but who could ignore his identity as the emperor. Inside and outside the mourning hall, who dared to not be sad, who dared to not be in pain, and who dared to laugh? Was everyone really sad? If the emperor was sad, then the world would be sad. He stood in that supreme position. How much fog did he have to penetrate to see the hearts of people? The emperor looked at the coffin quietly for a while, and then finally moved his gaze. From left to right, he scanned the entire mourning hall, as if he was patrolling the mountains and rivers. Everyone who was touched by his gaze was uneasy. "Your Majesty." The empress came forward, took his arm, and said softly, "Come and offer incense to Wuqi. He must have been waiting for you for a long time." The emperor did not speak, and let the empress take his arm and walk forward. Under the white mourning clothes, his body was like a mountain. Speaking of which, Jiang Wang had never seen the emperor's face in detail. At this moment, he only saw the emperor's left hand resting on Jiang Wuqi's coffin. It was a well-defined hand that held the world. At this moment, it gently touched the edge of the coffin several times, and finally walked past the coffin and came to the offering table. The empress took 3 incense sticks and carefully lit them with golden candles before handing them to the emperor. The emperor offered the 3 incense sticks, and then there was a moment of silence. This silence was like a mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. The entire longevity palace gradually came to a standstill. It was as if this world had lost its voice. All the voices died down, and there were no longer people whispering. Why was the emperor silent? After an unknown period of time, the emperor turned around, his back to the offering table, facing Jiang Wuqi's coffin, and also facing everyone in and outside the mourning hall. "Jiang Qingyang," he suddenly said. Jiang Wang's heart jumped, and he immediately stepped forward. "Your servant is here." The emperor's voice fell. "Today's funeral is the right time. The seats outside have not yet been filled, and you have come. Have you come so early to show me? Do you wish to be a lucky subject?" These words were very light, but also very heavy. It was like a towering mountain pressing down. The empress understood immediately. The emperor was dissatisfied with what had happened in the mourning hall today, even if it was just an undercurrent. These words were referring to Jiang Qingyang. But how could they not be referring to the various actions of the imperial family in front of Jiang Wuqi's coffin? The empress understood, the crown prince understood, Jiang Wuxi understood, and Jiang Wuyo also understood. But no matter who the emperor wanted to knock down, for Jiang Wang, who was named, it was like a mountain pressing down on him, and the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. This was the emperor's power, added to one's body. It was the anger of the four seas, overturned by one person. He could not help but be terrified. Jiang Wuyo deliberated over the words in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a white figure move beside him. Jiang Wang, who was dressed in mourning clothes, took another step forward, turned around, and faced the emperor across Jiang Wuqi's coffin. "Your Majesty, please take back your words," he said. The emperor's unfathomable gaze fell. Jiang Wang bore an indescribable weight, but he stood straight and did not waver at all. In this mourning hall, he said in a clear voice, "I believe that the feelings of mourning and the heart of sacrifice exist in a single thought, and there is no time to decide. The emperor is wise and mighty, but he has never opened the door for a lowly person to enter. So how can there be a lucky official? I have every official and every salary, and they were all obtained through the blood of the Qi. How can the emperor take it lightly with the words lucky? I woke up early today, so I came early. That's all. I really did not know how long it takes to pay respects to the 11th prince." He bowed with his hands cupped. "Your Majesty's words hurt me greatly. I cannot bear it, and I am not willing to bear it. Please take back your words." The whole room was silent. Chao Jie looked at the upright Tianjiao, opened his mouth, and did not know what to say. Jiang Qingyang was so unyielding that he dared to reprimand the emperor to take back his words. In fact, he could see clearly that the reason why the emperor chose Jiang Qingyang was because if he wanted to make a show of force today, Jiang Qingyang was the best choice. At this moment, with the death of the Longevity Palace Master, no matter which prince or princess the emperor chose, it would be difficult not to see it as some kind of signal that would directly affect the battle for the position of heir. However, important ministers of the empire like him and Chun Fu were not people that the emperor could treat lightly. This was especially true for Xiao Yuan, who had just gotten rid of the suspicion and ended his captivity. His old friend of many years was currently undergoing the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. If the emperor asked Xiao Yuan this, he would probably have to commit suicide on the spot. Therefore, the emperor asked Jiang Qingyang this way precisely because he valued Jiang Wang. There was a sense of closeness in it. The so-called simplicity in the emperor's heart was nothing more than this. Of course, Jiang Wang's response to these words was also very important. Whether he confessed or was fearful, the emperor would not do anything to him. At this moment, it was more like a time for everyone to observe such a young Tianjiao. However, Jiang Wang didn't know if he understood or not, but he actually rebutted him face to face. What would the emperor do? Chao Jie had followed the emperor for so many years. He understood the emperor very well, but he also did not understand the emperor very well. The part that he understood was that he knew the emperor's great talent and bold vision, and the part that he did not understand was that many times he could not be sure what kind of decision the emperor would make, just like at this moment. It was not that the emperor did not have the possibility of being furious. Looking for the emperor to explain and have the emperor take back his words could even be seen as a challenge to the emperor's authority. The emperor could be wrong, but how could the officials doubt him? Emperor Qi was silent, and Jiang Wang maintained a bowing posture, standing like an iron statue. Obviously, if the emperor did not take back his words, he would not straighten up. At this moment, a voice that no one had expected sounded. "Your Majesty, this old servant has something to say." The voice came from outside the hall. It was Feng Gu, the eunuch of the Longevity Palace. The emperor's gaze looked past the coffin, past the bowing Jiang Qingyang, and landed on the old man outside the hall. "Speak," the emperor said. Feng Gu knelt on the ground and said sincerely, when His Majesty was still alive, he admired Qin Yangzi a lot. He often said that it was a blessing for the Qi that he came from the east. His Majesty also specially invited Qin Yangzi to the palace to compare notes with him. After that battle, His Majesty always praised Qin Yangzi when he mentioned him. After hearing about the result of the Battle of Xingyue Plain and Qin Yangzi's heroism, His Majesty could not help but clap his hands and sigh, saying that this man was destined to rise to glory. Even this time, there was a posthumous gift that was specially presented to Qin Yangzi. This old servant thought that His Majesty treated Qin Yangzi sincerely, and Qin Yangzi also missed His Majesty sincerely. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. "Your Majesty, please understand." No one thought that Feng Gu would speak at this time. These words were completely in support of Jiang Wang, and in essence, he denied the emperor's heart-rending words. To put it bluntly, Jiang Wang was a well-known figure of the younger generation in Tianjiao and Qi. He had been rewarded many times for his meritorious service, and he was qualified to be arrogant because of his favor and contradict the emperor. Feng Gu was the chief eunuch of the Longevity Palace. How dare he? Even Jiang Wang himself did not expect that Feng Gu would help him like this. They had not interacted much. Jiang Wuxia, who had been silent all this time, could not help but look at Jiang Wuqi lying in the coffin again. His 11th brother's breadth of mind was extraordinary. Feng Gu was an old eunuch who had almost given up. If not for the fact that Jiang Wuqi really admired Jiang Wang when he was alive, why would he speak at this time? Everyone knew that Jiang Wang had obviously approached Huaying Palace after returning from the Tianya stage. Even Jiang Wuxia, who had always been friendly to Jiang Wang, had his own sense of propriety and would not take the initiative to promote him. After all, he was already a competitor. Jiang Wuqi was really, even though he was in the Battle of Dragons, his eyes were always on the whole world, and there was no distinction between the palaces. He had never felt that he was inferior to his 11th brother in any way, other than the fact that his father favored him because of his misfortune. But now he had to admit that in terms of breadth of mind, he was indeed inferior. Thinking about it, if he and Wuqi were in different positions, he would never have pushed Jiang Wang to Huaying Palace. Looking at Jiang Wuqi, who would never open his eyes again, he thought of how this kid loved to teach him all kinds of things in the past. Jiang Wuxia sighed softly in his heart. Perhaps it was time for him to cultivate his heart. The simplified Chinese version of the Red Heart Survey has been officially released for pre-sale. Currently, the first volume, Bright Moon in the Sky, has been released. It is divided into 2 volumes. In the Dangdang and Jingtian pawn shops, you can search for the title of the book. Along with the book, there will be a poster and a set of cartoon character postcards. The first 2,000 people to pre-order will also get an autograph. The author's Weibo, Why So Crazy Words, has detailed information about the materials. Chapter 1377. To be able to reach his current position in such a complicated political battle, no one was stupid. Feng Gu's current attitude was an extension of Jiang Wuqi's will when he was alive. His kindness to Jiang Wang was not just because of Jiang Wang. He treated Jiang Wang well not only because of Jiang Wang's talent, but also because Jiang Wang was in Qi and worked for Qi. He wanted to let Jiang Wang, who was in Tianjiao, be closer to Qi, even if Jiang Wang would become Huaying Palace's helper in reality. What he cared about was the entire Qi Empire. Qi, where Tianjiao gathered, was Jiang Wuqi's home country. Even when he was about to die, he said in front of the emperor that there should be no hidden problems in the military. He was thinking about Qi's great cause. How could one not be moved by such a mindset and magnanimity? Emperor Qi looked at Fenggu for a while. It was as if he saw in this old eunuch a person who would walk away and never look back. Finally, he shifted his gaze back to Jiang Wang and sighed. "Jiang Qing, please forgive a father's sadness and suspicions." It was a slip of the tongue. Jiang Wang bowed deeply and returned to his original position without saying a word. Jiang Wuqi's death had a huge impact on the entire Qi Empire's battle for the dragon. Among all the palaces, the Longevity Palace was the biggest threat to the crown prince. This was a prince who had no flaws other than his congenital illness. Even the fatal flaw of the cold poison entering his body was covered up by his talent and mindset. For a long time, almost no one noticed it. This was clearly a problem that no one could solve. Before Jiang Wuqi truly died, many people thought that he would definitely be able to win. He was the kind of person who could give others such confidence. The moment Jiang Wuqi died, the Qi Empire's battle for the dragon changed completely. As the head of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince needed to re-establish his position. However, the crown prince, as the benevolent Eastern Palace, should be friendly to his brothers and sisters. Today, he was so sad for his younger brother. How could he be at odds with others? The empress was also related by blood, and it was impossible to completely isolate her. But why was it that in the past, they could sit back and watch Hijun be punished, but today, they could not ignore his humiliation? This was precisely the reason. As the crown prince's birth mother, she could establish the crown prince's position without affecting his benevolence. It was only human nature to casually scold Jiang Wuyo for his humiliated nephew. No matter what, it was nothing more than human nature. What was wrong with using a mother to teach her daughter? And if Jiang Wuyo contradicted him, he would be considered unfilial and disrespectful. If he backed down, he would have to lower his head in front of the Eastern Palace. But Jiang Wuyo saluted when he should and made way when he should. From the beginning to the end, although he did not lose the slightest bit of momentum, he was always targeting Hijun. He had an excellent sense of propriety. In front of Jiang Wuqi's coffin, the empress could not be aggressive. She could only let Hijun off lightly and ask him to get lost. Hijun was expelled from Jiang Wuqi's mourning hall in front of the Daqi empresses. Who would be the domineering one if word got out? Jiang Wuyo silently sat beside Jiang Wang. As the empress of Huaying Palace, she sat at the edge to let others see who was in charge and who had the loudest voice. She did ask Hijun to get lost, but Hijun's decision to get lost was not her decision alone. And how could the crying Jiang Wuyo not know that his brothers and sisters saw through his thoughts? He only asked for the emperor's sympathy. When the crown prince hugged him and treated him with respect, he also shed silent tears and did his duty as a younger brother. Jiang Wuxia was the last to arrive among the brothers and sisters, so he showed his sincerity with the gifts. But the gifts were useless to Jiang Wuxi now. They were too extravagant. When the empress asked him what he had sent, she was just digging a hole. Jiang Wuxia only lightly skipped over the word entrusted. The people of the royal family had always lived tirelessly. It was not difficult to see the undercurrents. Only this happened in front of Jiang Wuqi's coffin. The emperor was angry because of this. In the end, Jiang Wuqi fulfilled the duty of a ruler and died as a son in front of him. He came here today in mourning clothes for his last time, but he still had to watch these people fight. How could he not be angry? However, the fight for the position of the crown prince was getting more and more intense. Until now, it had happened under his tacit consent. If there was no storm, there would be no flood dragon. If there was no storm, there would be no relaxation. How could he be angry because of this? This hatred and this feeling were really hard to describe. The emperor ruled the country. Every word and action had to be considered. He could only question his children in the way he questioned Jiang Qingyang. Jiang Qingyang's response was unyielding, but this kind of young man with sharp edges was exactly what the emperor needed. He did not think it was disobedient. His silence was more of an observation. He observed that everyone in the mourning hall had different thoughts. He could not be negligent in ruling the country. Although Fenggu's words were explaining for Jiang Wang, it made him miss Jiang Wuqi even more. this child who was destined to be in his mother's womb. How much had he done for the Qi country in silence? The emperor suddenly realized he did not need to observe Jiang Wuqi anymore. Just like what Jiang Wuqi said, now you can believe in a Ken. The emperor could not doubt. However, the word doubt sometimes was just like what Jiang Qingyang said. What is the limit of hurting a minister? The emperor sighed. Jiang Qing, I take back my words just now. Please forgive a father's sadness. There was still silence in the morning hall. However, no one could calm down the sudden turmoil in the hearts of the people. The emperor who had established the Qi's hegemony had actually admitted his mistake. Who was Jiang Wang? At this moment, Yin Tu, who was being dismembered on the execution field, was describing the person whom the emperor hated. He had fought for the Qi for decades and made countless contributions. He was listed in the military hall and became a prisoner overnight. He did not even have the chance to explain himself to the emperor. The emperor's lover was heavier than a mountain, and she happened to be right in front of him. He apologized to Jiang Wang with the dignity of the emperor. Therefore, the weight of the world only hurt Jiang Wuqi. The hall was silent. Only the emperor's voice sounded. The Jiang family is famous for not abandoning my beloved son. He was born in the winter and cut open in his mother's womb. I said that my beloved concubine, the Lei family, did not abandon my son. In the end, the heavens were jealous. The cold poison entered his life, and he was born with a dead end. However, his will did not disappear, and his will did not decline. He fought with the heavens for 17 years. With one step, he dug out all the rotten flesh of the Qi. The pain of my love is the most sorrowful in my life. Emperor Qi stood in front of the coffin. When he lowered his head, he could see Jiang Wuqi's sleeping face. His gaze swept past Jiang Wuhua, Jiang Wuyong, Jiang Wuyo, and Jiang Wuxia. At that moment, his majesty was like the mountains and seas. Wuqi's death is my great misfortune, but your great fortune. Jiang Wuhua, Jiang Wuyong, Jiang Wuyo, and Jiang Wuxia all knelt on the ground and could not raise their heads. The crown princess also knelt down with Jiang Wuhua. The Daqi empresses lowered her eyes and did not speak. Over the years, the emperor of the Qi had experienced many magnificent events, but he said that he was the most sorrowful in his life. She, the person who slept beside him, the head of the harem, could not speak. Emperor Qi lowered his head and looked at Jiang Wuqi. He looked at his handsome face that was covered in frost. After a long silence, he reached out and gently pried open his lips. He took out a piece of white jade from his sleeve and put it in his mouth. Your jade. Father will return it to you. Holding a treasure in one's mouth was a funeral gift. The emperor of the Qi completed this step personally. It also announced that Jiang Wuqi was truly dead in the legal sense. Of course, when he left, he was pure and flawless like jade. This innocence was proven by the emperor. Fenggu's forehead was pressed against the ground. He sobbed silently, and tears flowed down his face. Jiang Wang had said in Jiang Wuqi's study that he hoped Jiang Wuqi had gotten what he wanted before he left. Fenggu understood that Jiang Wuqi had already gotten, returning Jiang Wuqi's guilty jade to Jiang Wuqi. This simple action seemed to have restored the emperor of Jiang Wuqi's calmness. The huge pressure that everyone in the morning hall felt instantly dissipated. Let's go back to the palace, the emperor said. He no longer looked at Jiang Wuqi or the morning hall. He walked out of the hall. Han Ling did not say a word and followed behind him. The emperor walked from the side where the empress had been standing. On his right was the coffin, and on his left were the kneeling crown princess and Jiang Wuxia. He walked past them. He walked past Xiao Yuan, who was standing, Jiang Wuyo, who was kneeling, and Jiang Wang, who was standing straight. He finally walked past Fenggu, who was kneeling on the ground, and left the morning hall that was set up in the main hall of the Longevity Palace. He left without looking back. According to the etiquette, the entire funeral was not over yet. Not everyone had arrived. The final condolences still needed when Yin Yu to preside over. But the emperor had already left. Jiang Wuhua, Jiang Wuyong, Jiang Wuyo, and Jiang Wuxia were all speechless for a moment. Jiang Wang was silent. For the first time, he felt the emperor of Qi's emotions. Hidden in the deep sea, there were also angry waves. The Daki empresses looked at these princes and princesses and said lightly, "Get up. Why are you still kneeling?" The princes and princesses all got up. The empress seemed to be tired. She turned around and sat down on the first chair. Facing the coffin, she gently raised her left hand and waved it outside. "Those who should leave, leave. I'll accompany Wuqi on his last journey." Her hand waved in the air, making people feel a sense of powerlessness. Although the empress said so, the princes and princesses certainly could not leave now. The emperor had just asked them who they wanted to show off to so early. If they left right after the emperor left, they would really hit the tip of a knife. The empress's voice had faded for a while. Chao Jie got up and said, "I still have military affairs to attend to. I'll take my leave first." Immediately after, Chun Fu and Xiao Yuan also got up and left. For important officials of the empire like them who were listed in the Military Affairs Hall and the Political Affairs Hall, there were very few things that could shake their positions except for major crimes such as treason. They did not need to perform too much, and being in this position, they were indeed entangled with many things. Coming to offer incense today was already a considerable respect to Jiang Wuqi. The incense had been offered. Since the emperor had left, there was no need for them to stay. The three important people had all left. Jiang Wang naturally would not stay. Although he had originally planned to participate in Jiang Wuqi's funeral today, it was not really to show off in front of Cheng Gongsheng. It was for the sake of Jiang Wuqi's gift. His heart was a hero. But today, the emperor had asked like that. If he stayed here now, it would inevitably be a bit of a performance. Moreover, he did not want to continue to feel the internal pressure of the imperial family here. Therefore, he exchanged a look with Jiang Wuyo and asked the empress to leave. When he stepped out of the door, Feng Gu got up and said, "This old servant will send you off on behalf of His Highness." Jiang Wang unconsciously prepared to refuse, but his mind changed. He said softly, "Thank you for your trouble." Other people did not think much. After all, Feng Gu had spoken in front of the emperor earlier. This already showed the friendship between Jiang Wuqi and Jiang Wang. It was reasonable to send him off. Probably only Jiang Wang himself knew that he had little contact with Jiang Wuqi. Their friendship was far from the point of entrusting him with his identity. Feng Gu probably had something to say to him. On the way, he kept waiting for Feng Gu to speak. But probably because there were many people in the Longevity Palace, Feng Gu did not speak. It was not until they reached the screen wall that he suddenly said, "Lord Zhu, do you believe the 11th prince?" Jiang Wang thought and said, "I think what kind of person he has already used his life to prove. I have no reason to doubt him. It is indeed His Highness' regret that he was not able to become friends with Lord Zhu earlier." Feng Gu suddenly bowed and said, "I thank you on behalf of His Highness." Jiang Wang hurriedly supported him. "Sir, what are you doing?" Feng Gu took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then he said, "His Highness has already gotten what he wants, but what this old dog wants has not yet been realized." Jiang Wang looked at him in surprise. What did he mean? But Feng Gu had already stopped. "This old servant will send you off to this point. I hope Lord Zhu will have a meteoric rise in the future." With so many people around, Jiang Wang could not ask in detail. He could only walk around the screen wall with a belly full of doubts and leave first. He wanted to wait until the funeral was over and find a chance to ask about the situation. When he left the palace gate, he happened to see Wen Yinyu calmly instructing the officials of the Ministry of Rites to manage all aspects of the funeral, big and small. Not to mention other things, these big shots' qi cultivation skills were top-notch. With Wen Yinyu's status as the Minister of Imperial Affairs, it was of course a kind of standard for him to manage the 11th prince's funeral. But when Son of Heaven left early, half of the people's hearts immediately scattered. People like Chao Jie and Chen Fu, who were important enough, also left after offering incense. It could be said that this was destined to be a thankless task. Although the Son of Heaven left, his work could not be stopped. For a person of his level to be in charge of a funeral, there must be a beginning and an end. It was a waste of talent. Such a tedious and meticulous work was lightly skipped. It went without saying that he was depressed during it. But there was no dissatisfaction on Wen Yinyu's face. There was not even the slightest bit of impatience. It was as if he did not feel that it was a waste for him to do such a job. This time, Jiang Wang took the initiative to go forward and say goodbye. Then he left the Longevity Palace. Today, he was supposed to show off in front of Cheng Gongsheng. In the end, he had already finished his condolences and left before Cheng Gongsheng arrived. Things in the world were really hard to describe. Lord Jiang did not go out on foot this time. The Jiang residence's housekeeper, Xie Ping, had already arranged for a carriage and a driver. However, when he walked to his carriage, he saw an unexpected person, the Rain Beheading Army's commander, Xiao Yuan. This person was sitting in a tall carriage. He waved at him, "Come in." The Jiang residence's carriage was like a child's toy compared to the 9 soldiers' carriage. It was really a little shabby. The housekeeper, Xie Ping, and the Jiang residence's newly hired carriage driver stood obediently and did not dare to speak. At this time, the long street in front of them was empty, and the palace gate behind them was deep. The autumn wind was cold. The entire bustling Linzi city was silent as a sacrifice for Jiang Wuqi. "You all can go back first," Jiang Wang instructed and went into Xiao Yuan's carriage. Chapter 1378. Jiang Wang wouldn't get on just anyone's carriage. Li Yogui's lesson hadn't been far off. But since someone like Xiao Yuan, the commander of the Lightning Prison Army, was openly waiting for him outside the Longevity Palace, nothing ugly would happen. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. The carriage that Xiao Yuan was riding at this time was not the imperial carriage that represented the country's imperial court. It should be convenient for daily travel, but it still couldn't be compared to the carriage rented by the Jiang Estate's housekeeper. Needless to say, the spaciousness of the space, the softness of the cushions, and the grandeur of the decorations. The patterns on the carriage walls were actually naturally grown wood grains, like flowers, like trees, like dragons, like tigers, mysterious and natural. Just the wood itself was priceless. Jiang Wang stepped into the carriage, as if he was stepping on clouds, light as a feather. The coachman was obviously also from the military. He had a serious temperament and a straight back. With a light shake of his hand, the reins made a crisp sound in the air. 2 tall black horses raised their hooves at the same time. The sound of hooves rising and falling was the same. The carriage moved lightly, without the slightest bump in the carriage. Clatter! The carriage door closed. A ball of warm light lit up on the roof of the carriage. It wasn't the glow of any object but the formation patterns. It was clear but not dazzling. Lord Jiang had seen the world. He calmly sat across from Xiao Yuan. "Why did Marshal Xiao invite me to the carriage?" Xiao Yuan didn't answer. He only asked, "Do you usually drink?" Between Xiao Yuan and Jiang Wang, a partition quietly fell and a short table slowly rose. There was a silver pot and 4 upside-down silver wine cups on the table. There were 2 side dishes. One was pea-shaped but red and had a faint burnt smell. The other was a half-moon-shaped fruit. Under the translucent skin, the silver sand flowed faintly. In short, Jiang Wang didn't recognize it. But he didn't get on the carriage to see the life of the 9 soldiers' commander. He sat up straight and answered truthfully, "I don't drink unless it's a banquet. I've heard many people talk about you, but today is the first time I've seen you." Xiao Yuan turned the wine cup on the table over. His voice was flat. "Drink with me." As he spoke, he flipped over 3 wine cups and reached for the wine pot. Jiang Wang hurriedly stretched out his hand. "Let this humble official do it." Xiao Yuan held the wine jug with one hand and gently moved it aside. A good man doesn't need to care about those customs. Jiang Wang could only sit down again. Xiao Yuan leisurely poured the wine and casually asked, "Just now in the hall, I saw you faintly imitating the 8 winds. Are you cultivating dragon and tiger?" Indeed, Jiang Wang was a little surprised that the other party was paying attention to him. He hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to disrespect the 11th prince. Studying Taoist techniques is just a habit. Xiao Yuan poured 3 cups of wine and used the back of his index finger to push one of the cups in front of Jiang Wang. She said in a soft voice, "I have long heard that you, Jiang Qingyang, are neither arrogant nor discouraged. You are hard-working. You are different from ordinary people. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed amazing." Jiang Wang said modestly, "This lowly official is just a clumsy bird that flies first, making up for it with diligence." Xiao Yuan shook his head. "In this world, there are a lot of people who are a little clever. How many of them have great wisdom? If you're a clumsy bird, there are also not many people who can fly in this world." Jiang Wang said, "My little cleverness is to work harder and put more effort into it. Every harvest is gained through hard work." "This is great wisdom," Xiao Yuan said. "In the world's academies, there are 4 great academies. The Longmen Academy focuses on talent. The Green Cliff Academy focuses on willfulness and nature, and the Howard Academy focuses on righteousness. These are all top knowledge in the world. But the Academy #1 is hardworking. The Academy of Hardworking has nothing but hardworking learning. Thus, it is the best in the world." Jiang Wang nodded seriously. This lowly official understands. This overly modest Jiang Wang was simply not the same person as the Jiang Wang who refused to be bullied and dared to question the emperor face to face. Xiao Yuan glanced at him lightly. "I didn't teach you. Well, since you said you understood." The look in his eyes settled slightly. Jiang Wang immediately felt a gentle flow of information sprinkling on his spirit like a drizzle. It was the cultivation experience of the Tao technique Dragon and Tiger, as well as some ideas based on the cultivation of this technique at the outer level. "I learned in my early years." Xiao Yuan said casually, "I don't need it now, but at least I haven't forgotten it completely. I'll give it to you." The world of Tao techniques was as vast as the sea, and it changed rapidly with each passing day. Even the spell master Yi Xingchen couldn't say that all Tao techniques would coincide with each other. He, Xiao Yuan, was no exception. Therefore, the Tao technique Dragon and Tiger was, of course, something he had learned while waiting outside the palace gate. He quickly studied it and passed it to Jiang Wang. The understanding of Tao techniques from a perfected person of the present age almost instantly broke through the bottleneck that Jiang Wang couldn't break through for many days, allowing him to suddenly understand. Jiang Wang was surprised and happy. "General Xiao, you are so generous. I really don't know how to thank you." "There's no need to say too much." Xiao Yuan raised his chin and was very carefree. "A toast is enough." Jiang Wang straightforwardly raised his cup. "I'll drink first as a toast." He drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. When the warm wine entered his stomach, it suddenly turned into a line of fire, burning all the way to his throat. At that critical point, it was as if sparks had exploded, exploding all over his body. There wasn't a single part of his body that was uncomfortable. His spirit was unusually lively, and his Tao essence was also very agile. This wine could actually help cultivation. It could be called a peerless item. The toast itself was also a benefit to him. Jiang Wang benefited again and again, so he didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiao Yuan had already raised his cup and drank slowly. "Take the time to digest it. Don't miss the wine's effect." Jiang Wang then closed his eyes and channeled his Tao essence. Under the slowly flowing wine, the heavenly sea became clearer and clearer. In the 5 prefectures sea, the heavenly island became more stable. In the hidden star sea, Tao veins soared and swam stealthily. After an unknown period of time, when Jiang Wang opened his eyes, he felt that his body and soul were at peace, and everything was smooth. This wine was really rare. A cup of wine was equivalent to a month's effort. Xiao Yuan poured him another cup of wine. "This wine has no effect if you drink too much, but its taste can only be revealed after it loses its effect. Taste it again." The value of such a peerless wine that could help cultivation was immeasurable. Probably only a present-age Tao master like Xiao Yuan could luxuriously taste its taste in a situation where he couldn't feel its extraordinary effect at all. At least, Jiang Wang took a small sip. Although the fragrance lingered in his mouth, he was still pondering the pleasure of helping cultivation, trying to capture its effect, and then feeling heartache for its enormous value. He couldn't feel much of the taste at all. He put down his cup and sighed. Jiang Wang is really flattered. You deserve it. Xiao Yuan lightly tasted the wine and said casually, the older I get, the less I want to owe anything, especially things like favors. It's hard to return. Back then, at the master ceremony, Jiang Wang's speech of ants should have no regrets stopped the emperor's anger and won many favors. For example, Yi Xingqian, who ultimately chose Cui Zhu's name, had shown goodwill many times, and Xiao Yuan happened to be the one who needed favors the most. It was just that he had been imprisoned at home and didn't have the time or opportunity to contact Jiang Wang. Today, when he saw him at the Longevity Palace, he immediately waited outside to repay the debt. As soon as Xiao Yuan said this, Jiang Wang immediately relaxed. He took another sip of wine. This time, he could actually enjoy some beauty. After all, he was also someone who was afraid of owing favors. After the wine entered his throat and swirled 100 times, Jiang Wang asked, "What's the name of this wine? I brewed this wine myself. There's only one pot left." Xiao Yuan shook the wine pot and listened to the sound of the jade nectar. He said lightly, "It's called Long Break Willow. Long Break Willow, I hope you stay. There must be a story behind this." Although Jiang Wang didn't know the twists and turns, he tasted some of the complexity in the wine. He couldn't help but praise, good name. At this moment, the carriage slowly stopped. The wine in the cup was actually calm. Xiao Yuan's coachman's skill in driving the carriage could be said to be superb. It was far from what the coachman Xie Ping, recruited from somewhere, could compare to. Jiang Wang blinked lightly and cut off his thoughts of humiliating himself. Compared to the 9 soldiers' commander, he really couldn't think straight. Xiao Yuan held the wine pot and helped Jiang Wang fill the wine cup. He asked again, "Do you know where this is?" Of course, Jiang Wang knew where this was. Even if he didn't use his immortal state, his sensitivity to sound had already allowed him to capture the surrounding environment. The hubbub of human voices, the boiling emotions of the crowd, nervousness, excitement, shock, cheers. There were also miserable howls. Without a doubt, it was an execution ground. It was an execution ground where many criminals were being dismembered at the same time. Among them, there was a perfected one named Yin. Tuesday, Xiao Yuan's carriage stopped not far from the execution ground. Although the crowd was turbulent, the sign of the Lightning Prison Army had squeezed out a spot after all. However, the door was not opened, and the windows were not opened. Although Xiao Yuan's carriage drove here, he did not seem to intend to watch the execution process. Of course, as a perfected one, if he wanted to watch, it was very difficult for anything to block his line of sight. The tightly shut doors and windows were just his closed eyelids. "This is the place where the spies of the Pingdang state are executed," Jiang Wang said thoughtfully. His words were meant to remind Xiao Yuan. He did not know if Xiao Yuan understood, or rather, he did not know if he heard it. He only took a sip of wine and drank it carefully. He seemed to be drunk, but not drunk. Then, he said, "I heard that you like to read?" Jiang Wang really wanted to ask, "Who did you hear that from?" After all, he lacked the shamelessness to brag in front of a perfected one. He said somewhat uncomfortably, "I feel more and more that my accumulation is too insufficient. Recently, I have indeed found time to read, but I haven't read much." "Have you read Records of Strange Beasts?" Xiao Yuan asked. "No," Jiang Wang said. It was the first time he had heard the title of this book. A book that records all kinds of strange beasts. "The information is more comprehensive," Xiao Yuan said. Although many of the strange beasts recorded in it have already gone extinct, to a certain extent, it also represents a period of history and helps to deepen your understanding of this world. It's fine for you to be a god, but if you want to become a perfected one, you must understand this world better. If you have the chance, you should still read it. Facing this Qianjiao, the number 1 genius of De Qi's younger generation, he did not say it out loud. This was just one of the basic reading materials of Jixia Academy. Understood. Jiang Wang nodded decisively. What you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. Insufficient accumulation was a problem of innate conditions. It was not his fault, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. He was still young and had many good years ahead of him. He just needed to work harder to make up for it. There's a bird called backrain. Xiao Yuan rubbed his wine cup and sighed. I've always wanted to see it, but I've never found it. I think it should no longer exist. Is this bird very powerful? Does it have any special killing techniques? Jiang Wang asked curiously. Xiao Yuan felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. He only said, "Don't just drink wine, eat some food." Jiang Wang obediently picked up a half-moon fruit wrapped in silver sand-flowing heart and put it into his mouth. He originally wanted to ask what kind of precious materials were on that backrain bird, but when he bit down, his mouth was filled with fragrance, and he immediately forgot about it. It tastes good. Jiang Ju tried to make his tone as natural as possible and not make a fuss over nothing. Xiao Shui, where can I buy this kind of fruit? He calculated in his heart. With his current salary, he could at least buy a few kilograms of it for a try. He had missed An's birthday this year, so he had to find more delicious food to make up for it. No matter how expensive it was worth it. It's called mooncage sand, Xiao Yuan said casually. It's produced after the door of 10,000 demons. The fox race loves to eat it the most and sees it as a sacred fruit. It doesn't exist in this world, and it can't be grown. Eat more if you like it. Xiao Yuan held his wine cup and said carelessly, It does indeed taste very good. Every time I go to the door of 10,000 demons, I specially look for some. Although he said this, he only drank another mouthful of wine. It's a very rare taste. Jiang Wang nonchalantly grabbed a handful and put one into his mouth. Naturally, a peerless genius like him wouldn't do something like learning cultivation techniques, drinking fine wine, and eating fruits in someone else's car. However, he could at least grab a handful of fruits in his hand and eat them all in a short time, right? Eating while walking shouldn't be a problem. In that case, it was very reasonable to leave some behind and accidentally bring them home. Since it was all left in the end, leaving it for his sister to eat in the future shouldn't be gossiped about, right? In his own world of logic, Jiang Qingyang stood tall. However, Xiao Yuan didn't say anything. When Xiao Yuan fell silent, Jiang Wang immediately felt awkward. He held a handful of mooncage sand in his hand. He couldn't bear to eat it, but it would be very strange if he didn't eat it. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and ate it. However, he felt like he was trying to cover it up. It was really torturous no matter how he thought about it. It's raining, Xiao Yuan suddenly said. Only then did Jiang Wang realize that at some point, the screams on the execution field had already stopped. The carriage began to move again, silently leaving this place. Xiao Yuan looked up. A skylight automatically slid open at the top of the carriage, only to see a red drizzle falling from the sky to the mortal world. The death of a Taoist master. Heaven and earth wept blood. We mourn together. The carriage drove in the most prosperous city of the eastern domain, Linzi City. Xiao Yuan was silent, and Jiang Wang was also silent. In the distance, an ethereal song came from an unknown place. The song was singing, "Tonight again, I break a long willow. You are tosses the wine in her cup. Light and old, full of joy. Tears are thinner than blue and white." Jiang Wang thought that he might have misheard. These days, no entertainment was allowed in the city. PS 1. Tonight again, I break a long willow. Why is it so hairpin phoenix break a long willow? 2. I should have already saved up the chapters and started to update to repay the debt. However, there were too many things to do these days, so I couldn't save anything. 3. The physical book of Red Heart Survey is selling well. It is currently the best-selling new youth literature book, 6th overall. Thank you for your support. I have taken time every day to sign 500 books a day so that the publisher can send out all the signed editions before the middle of the month. When I am done, I will repay the debt. Chapter 1379. Creak. The window was closed. The sorrowful singing stopped in the room and didn't fly far away. A cute girl turned around, the silver bell on her wrist swinging gently. She smiled like a flower. Music is forbidden in the city these few days. It'll be troublesome if someone hears you. She glanced at the singer holding a pipa behind the screen and said angrily, "Who allowed you to sing at this time? Do you want to die?" The singer stopped playing and didn't say anything. Not far from the window sat a girl with a delicate temperament. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and her face was like a withered flower. She didn't say anything, but she was already pitiful. She heard her and said, "Miss Linger, please don't blame me. I was in a bad mood, so I asked you to sing." Xiang Ling looked at her, and her eyes were filled with joy. "Why would I blame you, Sister Xiuzhang? You're born with such good looks. Everything you do is right." Compared to her enthusiasm, Yu Huchang was obviously much colder. She only said, "I shouldn't have come to this place." Xiang Ling turned around and sat beside her. She tilted her head and looked at her delicate face. "When you say this place, do you mean Linzi or Sanfen Fragrance Brothel? None of them should have come," Lu Xiuzhang said. No, both are wrong." Xiang Ling shook her head again and again. "If you're talking about Linzi, why shouldn't you come? Is this 300-mile Linzi city surnamed Yin? If there's enmity or resentment, it's not a reason. We're born in this world. People should avoid me, not me." Yu Huchang didn't say anything. Xiang Ling said again, "If we're talking about brothels, men can visit, but women can't. There are many people who sell there, but's in the world. Do you know that in Shui country, there's a special brothel for men?" She curled her lips. "Unfortunately, most of them are skinny and of poor quality. There's no enmity or resentment. It's just that the past is still here. Why hurt yourself?" Yu Huchang said, "As for the brothel you mentioned, since ancient times, there are those who visit and those who don't. There are those who buy and sell flesh, and there are those who don't. It's not limited to men and women. I'm the latter. Miss Ling, you may be right, but we are different." Xiang Ling replied, "Oh, I understand. You want to say that you have a different path from us." She placed her hands on the armrest and rested her chin on her forearm. She blinked her watery eyes and looked at Yu Huchang. "But only we can help you now. What should we do, little beauty?" She was charming, cute, and quick-witted. Especially that very appropriate smile on her lips, it was hard to dislike her. On the other hand, Yu Huchang was a typical skinny beauty. Her body was soft and supple, and her waist was slender. But when she sat on the chair, she didn't look frail. A woman with such a delicate temperament should be sitting alone in her boudoir, shedding tears in front of the mirror. However, right now, she was sitting in Linzi City's fragrant Three Portions Tavern. She was looking at Xiang Ling, who was of the heavenly fragrance. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes. "You're not helping me," she said softly. "You're investing in me. You're not the only ones who can invest in me. I just happen to be talking to you. This is just a business deal. It's very pure and very simple. If you didn't think that it was profitable, why would you ask me to come here?" Xiang Ling slowly sat back down. She put away her playful expression and smiled. "It's a pity that the Ryu family doesn't seem to be a good investment target. As far as I know, most of the people who invested in the Fufeng Ryu family have lost everything." "The same thing," Yu Huchang said. "In Qi, the fragrant Three Portions Tavern isn't a very important investor. There aren't many targets for you to choose from." "You've convinced me." Xiang Ling stretched out her index finger and gently hooked it under her smooth chin. She probably wanted to show off her domineering aura, but Yu Huchang only frowned and looked at her. Xiang Ling awkwardly retracted her finger and laughed dryly. "You're being too frivolous. I'm in a hurry right now. The Ryu family is in a hurry, and I'm sure you're in a hurry as well." Yu Huchang said softly, "Don't do meaningless things." She stood up. "Then, let's end our conversation here." Xiang Ling twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "We haven't even talked about anything yet. If you want to establish a base of operations in Eastlands, or even move your headquarters here." She can't shake his head. "We already have a clear intention of working together, don't we?" Yu Huchang asked. Xiang Ling smiled sweetly. "It's a pity that Mei Yu isn't here. I think you'll get along very well." Yu Huchang simply said, "We'll have the opportunity to meet." Then, He turned around and walked out of the room. The door opened and closed, and people came and went. No matter who, when, or what, it was often repeated over and over again. It wasn't until Yu Hu Chang's footsteps were far away that the singer sitting behind the screen explained, "Indeed, Lady Lu said that she wanted to hear this song, so I played it. I didn't mean to challenge Lindsay's current ban. It's fine." Xiang Ling waved her hand, and the bells on her wrist jingled. She giggled. She just wanted to test the strength of Three Fragrances Restaurant. If she can't even handle such a small matter, then there's no need for us to work together. She sat down and leaned her head back on the back of the chair. "I'm so pitiful." Like a phoenix with a hairpin, she gently closed her eyes and murmured, "Play another song. I want to hear." 18 touches. The figure behind the screen paused for a moment, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to angrily smash the pipa. Thus, the sound of the strings played, and the screen shook. The outside was mourning, while the inside was joyous. Jiang Wuqi's funeral took a total of 3 days. For Jiang Wang, these 3 days made no difference. It was nothing more than closed-door cultivation. For the current Cheng Gung Sheng, it didn't make much of a difference either. This fatty had no intention of returning to the Xiashan villa at all. He decided to live in Jiang Wang's residence. Every day, he would wake up early and go to the Marquis mansion to greet the old Marquis and cultivate their relationship. After drinking morning tea with him, he would stroll back and close the door to practice martial arts, saber arts, and anything else. He glorified it by saying, "With Jiang Wang as a mirror, it can cure laziness." Chongxian Chu Yang once passed by and was pulled by Cheng Gung Sheng to give him pointers in cultivation. In the process of casually crushing Cheng Gung Sheng, he casually asked why his fat nephew didn't live in the Marquis mansion. Cheng Gung Sheng answered in this way. Jiang Wang really wanted to say, "Then why don't you practice with me?" Of course, even though he disliked Cheng Gung Sheng, he also enjoyed the pointers of Chongxian Chu Yang. All worldly matters were like floating dust. Cultivation must be the first. Compared to combat skills, Jiang Wang's current focus was more on the study of Dao techniques, mainly dragon and tiger. The 8 winds came from all directions. Of the 8 winds, the east was called Mingshu wind, the southeast was called Qingming wind, the south was called Jingfeng, the southwest was called Cool wind, the west was called Changhe wind, the northwest was called Buzhou wind, the north was called Guangmo wind, and the northeast was called Rong wind. Among the 8 winds, Jiang Wang had already faced the Jingfeng supernatural power. He had also seen the breath tornado that imitated the Mingshu wind. The Buzhou wind, which was the most lethal, was a supernatural power that he had deep control over. With the Buzhou wind as the foundation and the various 8 wind Dao techniques that Cheng Gung Sheng collected for him, he completed the work of imitating the 8 winds in a very short time. The step of leading the 8 winds as tigers was completely easy. Only the dragon that was stuck at the dragon and tiger stage did not know how to make use of the Tongtian Ocean. This crucial problem was also easily solved after Xiao Yuan's personal guidance. After the Shenhuang realm, the 4 seas were connected. The Hall of Accumulation directly controlled the 4 buildings and 5 residences, and also suppressed the 4 seas of the human body. Jiang Wang had not yet reached the Shenhuang realm, and was unable to control the 4 seas of the human body. But with Xiao Yuan's guidance, he could rely on the tyrannical power of his spirit to establish an influence over the Tongtian Ocean in advance. Finally, on this day, he completed the initial steps of this Dao technique that was passed down from Jiao Yang. With such a deep friendship, Jiang Wang could not share the good news with his close friend at the first opportunity, and at the same time find an opportunity to try out this technique. When he ran to Cheng Gung Sheng's courtyard, the fatty was eating porridge, a pair of fat hands and a small white jade bowl, drinking noisily. After he finished a bowl, Xiao Yuan handed him another bowl. The porridge was clear and moist, and indeed, it was fragrant, making one's appetite wet. It had to be said that Cheng Gung Sheng was very welcomed by the Jiang residence's servants when he moved in. In the past, Steward Xie wanted to follow the standard of living of other third-rank officials, but his Lord Jiang was too stingy. It was difficult to achieve his goal with the money he spent on the household. After Cheng Gongsheng made preparations for a permanent residence, the living standards of the Jiang residents rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, Steward Xie did not know Lord Jiang's suffering. Lord Jiang was not stingy, but he was used to living on his own and could not fork out much money. He was actually very worried about the living conditions of the Jiang residents, and he had been thinking about when to invite brother Yin Xian to stay for a while. He would entertain his good friend in his own home to show his sincerity. If brother Yin Xian was dissatisfied with the living environment and wanted to adjust it, he would reluctantly agree to give his close friend enough freedom. Unfortunately, Xieping did not know of his painstaking efforts. "What are you eating?" Zhang Wang asked despite knowing the answer. Cheng Gongsheng did not even raise his head. "Get yourself." Zhang Wang was about to snort in disdain, but he suppressed it after twitching his nose. It would not be too late to talk about Dao skills after eating the porridge. He walked elegantly to the tiger-patterned clay pot that was said to be bought at a high price from the tripod tower. As he scooped the porridge, he said casually, "Speaking of cooking porridge, I actually have some experience. I once discussed with His Highness the Crown Prince." "All right." Cheng Gongsheng suddenly interrupted. "I have news for you. My cousin has taken the first place of the Ocean Merit Roll's secondary ranking in October. Speaking of which, the Ocean Fishing Tower was quite pitiful. Before the Yellow River battle, Ji Zhaonan had specially gone to a bewildering world to practice his spear. He had conveniently created a new record of first place on the Ocean Merit Roll. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress the Ocean Fishing Tower, and he had indeed done so. That record was only broken by Chun Jitao the next month. This time, Yung Genzuan went out to sea and easily took the first place of the secondary ranking. The Ocean Merit Roll that the Sea Suppression Alliance used to unite the people of the coastal islands had become a tool for Qi to become famous in Tianjiao. It was only after Qi left Tianjiao that the young geniuses of the Ocean Fishing Tower could compete for a place on the Ocean Merit Roll. The people who fought against the sea race were united, but it was worth pondering over who was the leader. This was undoubtedly a blow to the newly established Sea Suppression Alliance. Cooking was, after all, a minor skill. Since Cheng Gongsheng was talking about overseas matters, Lord Jiang sat down and said casually, "With Yung Genzuan's strength, it would be strange if he did not take the first place." "Why? Is he going back to Linzi?" Cheng Gongsheng gently shook his head. He gave up the Xingyue Plain battlefield and went out to sea. How could that be the only reason? Taking the first place of his secondary ranking would only be the same as your record at that time. Although his Ocean Merit Roll is much higher than yours, you are only at the inner mansion level when you achieve this result. Then what else can he do? Suppressing the cultivators of the outer mansion of the Ocean Fishing Tower? It's meaningless. He has proved that he is one of the most powerful outer mansion in the world at the river viewing platform. Sea Race? Jiang Wang stopped eating. Is he going to challenge the Sea Race King? Who knows? Cheng Gongsheng said. I only know that with his pride, he would not be willing to come back if he couldn't surpass you at that time. Jiang Wang said lightly. His talent is there. He can't be too proud. Cheng Gongsheng smiled. In the past, you were from the inner mansion, and he was from the outer mansion. Now that you have established the Tianjiao Tower, everyone is fighting over who is the number one in Qi. It's a heated argument. You don't belittle him, but you praise him? I'm not praising him. Jiang Wang said calmly. I'm just stating the facts. Cheng Gongsheng couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. I don't like your attitude. Can't you just scold him in front of me and comfort me? Jiang Wang said slowly. Comfort is in essence a deceitful thing. You're too smart to be deceived. Which book is it from? Cheng Gongsheng asked. Jiang Wang suddenly froze. The sentence he used subconsciously came from the book Jiang Wuqi gave him. Emperor Wu of Qi said the same thing when he seduced the Empress Dowager of Ming Kingdom. I've been reading too much recently. I forgot. He lowered his head and ate the porridge. Cheng Gongsheng didn't mind. He asked casually while enjoying the porridge service from Jiang Xiu. All right, what did the 11th prince give you? I didn't hear you mention it. Jiang Wang slurped down half a bowl of porridge and said in a muffled voice, "A piece of calligraphy." Chung Gung Sheng glanced at him. "It's just a piece of calligraphy. Why are you so nervous?" "What am I nervous about?" Jiang Wang raised his head with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." Chung Gung Sheng looked at him suspiciously. However, he thought that a person like Jiang Wuqi might have some secrets that couldn't be disclosed. It was indeed inappropriate to ask. He changed the topic and said, "Oh, I didn't know you guys were so close." While they were chatting, the housekeeper walked to the door of the courtyard. "Master, young Master Zheng Shaming from the patrol inspector's office is here. He's accompanied by the deputy patrol inspector, Master Lin Yuxi." Jiang Wang pushed the porridge bowl away and stood up. "Did he say why he's here?" The housekeeper shook his head. "No." As Jiang Wang welcomed them outside, he instructed, "In the future, when young Master Zheng comes, there's no need to announce his arrival. Just invite him in." After thinking for a while, he added, "If it's Deputy Patrol Inspector Lin, you still have to announce his arrival. It's best to ask him clearly before announcing his arrival." When he walked out of the courtyard, he happened to see Zheng Shangming and Lin Yuxi standing not far away. Especially Lin Yuxi. His eyes were deep, and far away. Ha! Zheng Shangming probably wanted to ease the awkwardness and laughed dryly. "Brother Zheng's residence is really good. Brother Zheng, you flatter me." Jiang Wang was also very polite. "Master Lin, come this way, please. Quick, ask someone to bring tea. Bring my good tea. These are all important guests." Housekeeper Xie walked towards Chung Gung Sheng's courtyard with practiced movements. "How could Master Zheng have good tea?" "No need." Lin Yuxi cut off the conversation with an expressionless face and said in a businesslike manner, "We're here because we have a case that we need Constable Zhang's help with." Jiang Wang suddenly had a bad premonition. "What case?" "Feng Gu is dead." Lin Yuxi said these 4 words very calmly. Chapter 1380. Upon hearing the news of Feng Gu's death, even Jiang Wang, who had been through a lot, was shocked speechless. Even Zhong Xin Sheng, who was still eating porridge casually in the courtyard, raised his head and looked over. Feng Gu was the chief eunuch of the Longevity Palace. How could he die just like that? Not to mention his cultivation, his identity did not allow him to die so easily, especially when he died at such a sensitive time. Right after the Longevity Palace's master's funeral, the rain of blood from the perfected person of the present age had just fallen on the execution ground. Jiang Wang was stunned at the entrance of the courtyard. Then he asked, "How did he die?" Zheng Shangming said, 3 feet of white silk around his neck. He was hung in the morning hall. "It can't be suicide, right?" Jiang Wang asked. "It's hard to say," Zheng Shangming said cautiously. "We need to investigate carefully before we can come to a conclusion." The time of death was at midnight, right when the Longevity Palace's master's funeral was over. The guests in the Longevity Palace had all left. Lin Yuxi added, "Feng Gu's body was hung in the morning hall. Other than the strangulation marks on his neck, no other injuries were found. There were no traces of foreign Tao energy invading his body. His spirit was also close to dissipating naturally. At first glance, it seemed to be a suicide by hanging." Jiang Wang was silent for a while. Then he said, "This is too ridiculous. A master who could make him feel threatened was strangled to death by 3 feet of white silk. This in itself was something that defied logic." "Why are you looking for Jiang Wang?" Chung Gung Sheng walked over at this time and asked the question directly. "There are many famous arresters in the northern Yamen. They can't be short of manpower. Jiang Wang is at a critical moment in his cultivation. As the number 1 Tianjiao of the Qi, cultivation is the most important thing." Jiang Wang also looked at him inquiringly. After experiencing the waves of Huang Yi's case, he was now very alert when it came to handling cases by name. Although it wasn't to the extent of being afraid of ropes for 10 years, it would still be 3 to 5 months of lingering fear. Lin Yuxi looked at Chung Gung Sheng and said calmly, "Child Chong Xian, this is related to the case, so it's not convenient for you to listen. Please forgive me." Chung Gung Sheng was not someone who would be choked so easily. However, facing Zheng Shangming's apologetic gaze, he could only snort and say, "This is my courtyard." The three blue medal winners decisively moved to the courtyard where Jiang Wang lived. They had the tacit understanding and accomplishment of the blue medal winners. Chung Gung Sheng pursed his lips in disdain and walked back with his hands behind his back. Well, I didn't solve many cases. Arrogance was bigger than his face. I don't want to hear it. 14, don't you think so? 14 didn't say anything. He just gently wiped the porridge off the corner of his mouth. After entering Jiang Wang's courtyard, Zhang Xiangming took out a letter from his chest. This letter was handed in by a young eunuch who was in charge of cleaning horses after Fenggu's death. "We have investigated this young eunuch. He is very clean. There is no problem. Brother Jiang, you will know why we are looking for you when you read it." Jiang Wang took the letter, which was clean on the surface. He took out the inner letter and unfolded it. He saw a few lines of rather neat words. "Recently, I have been quite restless. I often feel fearful, so I wrote this letter. If I die, it will be a murder. Looking around, no one doubts it. Looking around Beia, I only believe in Jiang Qingyang. I'm a lowly old man. My death is not to be regretted. So be it. If God has mercy, I am willing to arrest the murderer for this old servant in Changxing Palace. Only Jiang Qingyang can supervise the whole process. Only then can I be free of worries in the netherworld." The signature was Fenggu's last words. This was a suicide note. Fenggu had foreseen his death. Who would kill him? Who would kill him? After Jiang Wuqi's death, the emperor ordered that Changxing Palace be preserved. As the actual owner of this palace, Fenggu had status and power. Jiang Wuqi's legacy alone was enough for him to live a peaceful life. Why couldn't he protect himself? After reading the letter, Jiang Wang's mood was indescribable. He remembered that when he left Changxing Palace that day, in front of the screen wall, Fenggu said something meaningful. Originally, he planned to take the time to visit the Longevity Palace after the funeral and ask about the details. He didn't expect that Fenggu would be gone just as Jiang Wuqi's funeral was over. "This case has been heard by the emperor," Zhang Xiangming said in a rather formal tone. According to Fenggu's suicide note, the Beia specially asked Arrestor Jiang to supervise this case to ensure that this case can be pushed forward with a clean record. That day, Fenggu had helped him in the morning hall. He dared not forget this favor. Fulfilling his last wish so that he would have no worries after death was also something that was being cleaned up. Jiang Wang had already agreed in his heart, but he still asked, "Can I refuse?" "Whether you refuse or not is your freedom," Zhang Xiangming said. "We were ordered to ask you to supervise the handling of this case, not to order you to join it." Jiang Wang asked again, "Is Brother Zhang in charge of this case?" Zhang Xiangming said, "Deputy Lin and I are investigating this case together." "Who's in charge?" Jiang Wang asked. "For now, it's me," Zhang Xiangming said. In other words, based on the clues they currently had, this case could be expanded further. "Do I have to follow you all the way?" Jiang Wang asked. He was a little worried that if this case continued for too long, it would reduce his time for cultivation. Zhang Xiangming said, "You're supervising this case because of Fenggu's last wish. It's not an appointment from the Beia or anyone else. You can join if you want, and you can stop whenever you want." After thinking for a while, he said, "The emperor also said that this is up to your own free will." Jiang Wang knew that he didn't have any talent for handling cases. Both the emperor and the Beia knew this. The last time he was asked to investigate Huang Yixing, he had a special political background, and it was mainly Lin Yuxi who was in charge of the investigation of a specific case. This time, because of Fenggu's will, he was allowed to join the case again, but he was given the title of supervisor, which could avoid a lot of trouble before and after the case. It was considered the Beia's care and the emperor's approval. In the end, the previous case of Huang Yixing didn't cause much of a stir in the Pingbing Kingdom. Only Jiang Wang was pursued to the ends of the earth. Whether it was the emperor or the Beia, they should feel some guilt toward Jiang Wang. So in this case, he was given the most autonomy. Of course, Jiang Qingyang kept saying that he appreciated Jiang Wuqi's talent. But now, Jiang Wuqi's most trusted eunuch had died an unnatural death before his body was even cold. If Jiang Wang didn't even want to supervise the progress of the case, it was hard to say whether the emperor would have any thoughts about it. Zheng Xiaoming specially mentioned the word emperor as a reminder. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and said, "I'll agree to this. When do we leave?" "We're going to the Longevity Palace now," Lin Yuxi said. It seemed that Lin Yuxi was still the one in charge of the investigation. Jiang Wang deliberately told the butler that Lin Yuxi had to inform the butler of her visit and ask for the purpose of her visit, so as to draw a clear distance between him and Lin Yuxi to avoid possible trouble in the future. But in his heart, he admired Lin Yuxi very much. Whether it was her ability to handle cases or her persistence and integrity as a blue metal. The current lineup for the investigation was very interesting. One of them was Lin Yuxi, the daughter of a famous detective, and the other was the son of the Bea commandant. His ability to handle cases was unknown, but his family background was probably not bad. Most importantly, his identity determined that he could mobilize most of the resources of the Bea commandant. On top of that, he was a third-rank official, Jiang Qingyang. Not to mention that there was no one in Linzi that couldn't be investigated. There was also a lot of room to handle cases. The three of them exchanged a few simple words. Jiang Wang didn't have anything to pack. With a long sword hanging from his waist, he walked out confidently. Focusing on the case was naturally different. The carriage from the Bea commandant was waiting outside the mansion. After picking up the three of them, they went straight to the Longevity Palace. The blue metal carriage was unobstructed. On the way, they briefly discussed the case and arrived at the palace gate. Ever since Feng Gu's body was found, the entire Longevity Palace had been sealed off. Therefore, the decorations here were still during the funeral. It was not much different from what Jiang Wang had seen when he came to mourn that day. Of course, Jiang Wuqi's coffin had been taken away for burial. It was now in the Imperial Mausoleum. At this time, there was no one in the Longevity Palace. There was only a team of blue metal constables guarding the palace gate. They didn't allow anyone to enter and destroy the evidence. They were only waiting for the arrival of Zheng Xiaoming, who was in charge of the case. From this, it could be seen that the level of confidentiality of this case was very high. Otherwise, something like sealing the palace gate would have been done by the palace city guards instead of the Bea commandant alone. The guards, eunuchs, and palace maids in this palace are all detained in the Bea commandant's office. They will be interrogated separately. Zheng Xiaoming said, "We can also interrogate them at any time." The white and frosty palace was very bleak. Although it was daytime, the autumn sun couldn't make people feel warm. In particular, it was empty without a single person. It made people feel faintly uneasy. Only Zheng Xiaoming, Jiang Wang, and Lin Yuxi walked into the Longevity Palace. The team of constables was still guarding the palace gate. Jiang Wang silently listened to the different footsteps of the three people. He tried to judge the different moods of the other two. Of course, this was futile. They were not people who would easily reveal their emotions. The once bright and grand palace was now filled with a gloomy feeling. It almost made Jiang Wang think of the Qingshi Palace. Lin Yuxi said, "Nothing in this palace has been touched. At least, after we sealed it, no one else came in." Jiang Wang increasingly realized the importance of this case. The Bea commandant placed too much importance on this case. They didn't even have that much trust in the blue metal. The team of constables was guarding the gate, and no one was allowed to enter. In such a big palace, only the three of them were here to investigate. How long would it take? At this time, he looked at the investigation team again. Zheng Xiaoming was the emperor's confidant. Zheng Xiaoming was the son of the emperor. There was no doubt that the emperor could trust him. Lin Yuxi was the descendant of the four blue metal families. He had a clean background and was reliable. The four blue metal families had produced Liu Gui, who had been tortured to death. But the last case of Huang Yixing also clearly showed the difference between her and Liu Gui. Needless to say, Jiang Wang himself, Feng Gu was an old eunuch in the palace. No matter what secrets were involved, it would not have anything to do with him, a Qianjiao who just came to Qi in recent years. judging from the attitude shown by Bea. Feng said in his suicide note, "Look around, no one doubts." Perhaps it wasn't just a paranoid remark. Who wanted to kill him? Who had so much power? Jiang Wang was anxious. The three of them first came to the main hall of the Longevity Palace, which was the mourning hall. Except for the coffin that had been carried away, the altar, memorial tablet, incense burner, chair, everything was the same as the first day of the funeral. Everything that happened that day was still vivid in his mind. Looking at it now, the hall was empty. Looking up from the place where the coffin was carried away, the 3-foot-long white silk was hanging alone on the dome, like a fixed cloud. Feng Gu's body is now in Bea. Do you want to see it later? Lin Yuxi asked. Of course, Jiang Wang said. He did not intend to find any information on Feng Gu's body. The professional detectives in Bea must have checked more than once. Jiang Wang did not think that he could find clues that they could not find. But since he agreed to supervise the case so that Feng Gu could die without worries, of course, he also had to supervise whether the body was tampered with during the examination. Lin Yuxi nodded and said nothing. He put on a pair of white leather gloves and began to carefully search for clues in the main hall. Jiang Wang glanced at it subconsciously. Fortunately, it was not the pair of cadaveric membrane gloves last time. Of course, it was not an autopsy now. On the other side, Zheng Xiaoming also put on gloves and carefully checked the altar. Jiang Wang's duty was to supervise, so he looked at Zheng Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi from time to time. Zheng Xiaoming's movements were very meticulous, as if he would not miss any inch of the place. Lin Yuxi first glanced around and then focused on a few places. Jiang Wang silently gave them a score for their search efficiency. While he was supervising them, he would also scan the surroundings. It seemed that there was nothing to do here. In fact, there was nothing to do. At present, he was a little redundant in this team. Of course, even if he wanted to join in to help search for clues, he would probably be rejected. Searching for clues required professional ability. Before he had systematic training, his talent in combat was not suitable for this. It was good enough that he did not destroy the clues. The search in the morning hall lasted for about 15 minutes. Lin Yuxi and Zheng Xiaoming stopped one after another. Obviously, they did not find any valuable information. Or maybe they found something, but they did not show it. In short, their expressions were very calm. Where should we search next? Jiang Wang asked. The study, Lin Yuxi said. Jiang Wang was familiar with Jiang Wuqi's study. Let's go. He directly led the way. Brother Jiang, I heard that you were close to the 11th prince? Zheng Xiaoming asked on the way. We didn't have much contact, but we appreciate each other, Jiang Wang said truthfully. Are you familiar with Feng Gu? Zheng Xiaoming asked again. After asking, he quickly added, Don't misunderstand. I'm not suspecting you. I just want to know some information. It's okay. Jiang Wang could completely understand. He said frankly, I'm not familiar with eunuch Feng. The 11th prince asked him to invite me to meet. This was the first time I met this person. The second time we met was when the 11th prince gave me his last gift. At the 11th prince's funeral, this was the third and last time we met. Do you think, Zheng Xiaoming asked, he wants to die? Jiang Wang shook his head. I can't tell, and I don't want to disturb you. Lin Yuxi, who had been listening silently, suddenly said, We're here. They walked very quickly. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of Jiang Wuqi's study. Jiang Wang was a little surprised. Arrestor Lin seems to be very familiar with this place. Lin Yuxi didn't answer. He reached out and pressed on the door. Without directly touching it, he pushed open the door of the hall and walked in first. Of course, she wanted to be the first to know the situation. Zheng Xiaoming followed closely behind. Jiang Wang's pace was slow. This was his third time here. Each time he came, the feeling was different. The second time he came, Jiang Wuqi was dead. The third time he came, Feng Gu was dead. He still remembered the first time he came here. Jiang Wuqi's grandeur and Feng Gu's mysteriousness and danger. But now the study was empty. The person wasn't there. The furnishings were the same as before. The tables, chairs, brushes, ink, and bookshelves were all the same. Even the bowl of medicinal soup on the table was still there. It was as if the owner had something to do at the last minute and left this empty study to welcome uninvited guests. It really made people feel lonely. Lin Yuxi walked to the desk. He didn't reach out to touch the bowl of medicine. Instead, he bent down and sniffed gently. He frowned. Is there anything wrong with this medicine? Zhang Xiaoming asked. Lin Yuxi thought for a moment and said, there are elements of spirit inhibition herb. Spirit inhibition herb? Zhang Wang looked confused. Lin Yuxi explained, it's a kind of medicine that can dissipate vital spirit and cause severe pain. We sometimes use it in interrogations. In other words, Zhang Xiaoming couldn't hide his surprise. The 11th prince has been relying on this medicine to suppress his strength, to avoid breaking through to the outer building realm too early. Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He just looked at the jade bowl quietly. He remembered that Jiang Wuqi didn't drink this medicine on the day he went to Yunwu Mountain. Chapter 1381. The composition of this bowl of medicine is very complicated. I can't tell much just by smell. Lin Yuxi put the bowl of medicine into the storage box. I'll bring it back for more detailed research. Jiang Wang naturally believed Lin Yuxi's judgment. It was hard for him to forget the way Lin Yuxi silently pounded the medicine. That feeling of calmness and pain was somewhat similar to Jiang Wuqi's to a certain extent. Lin Yuxi could make medicine to suppress his fear. Of course, he had a deep understanding of medicine. Zhang Xiaoming didn't seem surprised. He tacitly allowed Lin Yuxi to put away the bowl of medicine and didn't say anything. He only used his cautious gaze to scan the study. Jiang Wang stood at the door. Behind him was the indescribably bright sky. In front of him were two busy blue metal arresters. The study was silent, but there was also a unique language that described the activities of a god's favored son. Every visitor tried to find that unique language to communicate with this study, including Jiang Wang himself. His gaze fell on the two blue metal arresters, but it was not focused. He thought of many things in an instant. Since that day, when he took a piece of calligraphy and a book back, he had experienced Jiang Wuqi's 3-day funeral. This study really didn't change at all. It seemed that in the past few days, no one had walked in. He couldn't help but think, was Fenggu simply mourning Jiang Wuqi and didn't want to touch the arrangements he made when he was alive, or didn't want to leave something behind? If there was any interesting information in this study, was it left by Jiang Wuqi or Fenggu? Fenggu committed suicide. Lin Yuxi's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Wang's ear, and it stunned him. He didn't know why Lin Yuxi deliberately avoided Zhang Xiaoming and secretly communicated with him through voice transmission, but he was still shocked by the information in this sentence. He couldn't help but look over. Be natural. Lin Yuxi's voice sounded in his ear. Jiang Wang glanced at Zhang Xiaoming naturally, fulfilling his duty of supervision. He didn't quite understand why Lin Yuxi seemed to trust him more than Zhang Xiaoming, who was upright and upright. However, Jiang Wang trusted Lin Yuxi's analysis. His ability and sense of responsibility were very direct. Why do you think so? Jiang Wang asked through telepathy. Lin Yuxi's voice continued. Even though he purposely tried to mislead people into thinking that his suicide was a perfect setup by the murderer, he had indeed done a good job. But it was easy to deceive others, but difficult to deceive oneself. His corpse tells me that he did commit suicide. Jiang Wang recalled Lin Yuxi's famous saying, a corpse is made up of clues. He completely stripped away the complicated relationships behind the corpse and only wanted answers from the corpse itself. She must have studied Fenggu's body more than once, which was why she was so sure. Jiang Wang was about to speak when another voice sounded in his ears. My father is about to descend. It was Zhang Xiaoming's voice. At this moment, the son of the commandant of the northern Yamen was standing in front of the huge bookshelf opposite the desk. He was sizing up the bookshelf inch by inch, just like how Lin Yuxi was checking Jiang Wuqi's chair. It was hard to believe that he was also secretly talking to Jiang Wang through telepathy. Just 3 people had opened up 2 battlefields for private conversation. It was obvious that although Zhang Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi got along well, they were not the same kind of people. Zheng Xiaoming was the only son of Zheng Shi, so he was also a direct descendant of the emperor. To some extent, he represented the emperor. Of course, he also represented the interests of the Zheng family in the inspection office. What about Lin Yuxi? Did she represent the four great aristocratic families that had already declined? Or did she represent herself? Why did he do that? Jiang Wang first asked Lin Yuxi through telepathy, and then to Zheng Xiaoming, congratulations. Although this kind of congratulatory words were a little strange, in the face of Zheng Xiaoming's sudden change of topic, there was really nothing else to say. Especially since Lin Yuxi's words were very interesting, he just perfunctorily answered Zheng Xiaoming. Lin Yuxi's voice continued to sound in his ears. Fenggu was very clear about the Northern Yamen's ability to handle cases. He knew that it was very difficult to disguise himself without leaving any traces. Moreover, after his death, he could no longer control anyone. So he simply gave up on doing anything to his own body and simply hanged himself. He only used a meaningful suicide note to create a perfect illusion of murder. As for his goal, his death would ultimately lead people to suspect him of something, and that would be his goal. He wanted to use his death to let the Northern Yamen investigate other things. Zheng Xiaoming transmitted his voice almost at the same time. He went straight to the point. Brother Jiang, are you interested in the position of the Northern Yamen's military officer? Your current cultivation level is just right. If you want to take this position, we will fully support you. He didn't say what he wanted in return. Him coming forward to talk to Jiang Wang about this matter was already a condition in itself. The Zheng family was supporting Jiang Wang now. When Jiang Wang resigned, of course, they would also support Zheng Xiaoming. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. Lin Yuxi and Zheng Xiaoming continued with the things at hand. Neither of them urged Jiang Wang. They all felt that Jiang Wang was seriously thinking. Jiang Wang was indeed thinking, but he wasn't just thinking about one problem. Communicating privately with two people at the same time, and with such a dense amount of information, it was very difficult for him to understand the context in a short time. First, there was Lin Yuxi's question. Jiang Wang replied through telepathy, "What do you think? Fenggu wants the Northern Yamen to investigate?" Then, there was Zheng Xiaoming's matter. To be honest, no one would be unmoved by the position of the Northern Yamen's military officer. In terms of rank, it was only a fourth-grade official. But the actual power that this position could hold was close to those big shots in the Political Affairs Hall and the Military Affairs Hall. This official position was called Patrol Commandant and Patrol Commissioner of the Capital City Patrol Office. Its function was to command the blue metal of the whole country and to arrest people in the eastern region. In addition, it was directly under the emperor. The political power that could erupt from this position was difficult to describe in simple words. It could be said to be a model of low status and power. It was the highest peak that an outer building cultivator could climb to in Qi. It was no secret that Zheng Shi was about to leave. At his age and state, if he didn't advance to a mortal arrival, it would affect his future cultivation. Many people in the imperial court were eyeing this position. Last time, Zhang Weiyu suddenly attacked Jiang Wang in the imperial court and personally led a team to Qingyang town to investigate. This was a clear example. Many people had already directly regarded Jiang Wang as a competitor. With Cheng Gengsheng's reminder, Jiang Wang was not without expectations. He just didn't expect that Zheng Xiaoming would suddenly mention this matter in such a situation and express it so directly. After thinking about it, he decided to discuss it with Cheng Gengsheng. He replied with a sound transmission, "This is too sudden. I need to think about it." Lin Yuxi's voice sounded at this time. He methodically analyzed. Fenggu was a person in the palace of Jiang Wuqi's birth mother, Imperial Concubine Lei. After Imperial Concubine Lei's death, he turned to serve Jiang Wuqi. What else could it be that can make him not hesitate to use his life to promote the investigation? Of course you can. Zheng Xiaoming's voice also sounded. But if you want to be the commandant of the Northern Yamen, today's case is a very good opportunity. The sound transmission came from one side and the other side. If Jiang Wang didn't have the immortal state of sound and control of sound, It would be really difficult for him to deal with it. But the shock in his heart was really indescribable. He remembered what Feng Gu said in front of the screen wall on the day of Jiang Wuqi's funeral. His Highness has already gotten what he wants, but what this old dog wants is yet to be realized. Everything was connected. Feng Gu didn't hesitate to die to create the illusion that he was murdered. He wanted to restart the investigation of the assassination of imperial concubine Lei in the 38th year of the Yuanfeng dynasty to find a real murderer. He called himself an old dog, but after Jiang Wuqi's death, he had no scruples anymore. He must tear off a piece of flesh from his enemy. Jiang Wang suppressed the waves in his heart and said to Lin Yuxi through a sound transmission, "In this case, there must be a clue left in the Longevity Palace that can directly connect to the assassination of imperial concubine Lei. Am I right?" Then he said to Zheng Xiaoming through a sound transmission, "What chance?" Lin Yuxi's voice quickly sounded, "There is no other explanation. I hope you can help me. This clue needs to be in my hands." "Why?" Jiang Wang asked. No wonder Lin Yuxi wanted to privately transmit his voice and make it so mysterious. It turned out that she wanted to get rid of Zheng Xiaoming and grasp this clue alone. But why did she think that he would help her and not Zheng Xiaoming, who was more familiar with him? Zheng Xiaoming's voice also sounded at this time, because the background of this case is very complicated. It is far from being as simple as it appears now. It involves many problems. The future commandant of the Northern Yamen needs to show the ability to deal with complicated relationships and show his attitude to the emperor. In the communication with Lin Yuxi, Jiang Wang had already realized how complicated the case of Feng Gu's death was. Therefore, it was hard to understand why Zheng Xiaoming took over this case and why Zheng Xiaoming agreed to be in charge of it. For such a complicated case that involved the affairs of the palace, it was very difficult for the person who handled it to escape unscathed. Historical tragedies were not uncommon. Smart people should stay away from it. The death of imperial concubine Lei had been unsolved for so many years. How complicated was it? The entanglement behind it was as deep as the sea. Just thinking about it made people shudder. How many people would drown before it was over? Zheng Xiaoming had the background to avoid this whirlpool, but he stepped into it. Why? When Zheng Xiaoming said this, he completely understood. The position of commandant of the Northern Yamen was only responsible to the emperor. The only thing it needed was the emperor's trust. Zheng Xiaoming took the initiative to take charge of this case to show his loyalty to the emperor. Like his father, he was only loyal to the emperor and was not afraid of offending anyone. He was not even afraid of being smashed to pieces. Similarly, Jiang Wang had to have the awareness to bite anyone in order to be recognized by the emperor and sit on the throne of commandant of the Northern Yamen first. Therefore, Zheng Xiaoming said that this case was an opportunity. This was indeed an opportunity, a fascinating and dangerous opportunity. "I think I understand." Jiang Wang transmitted his voice to Zheng Xiaoming. "Let me think about it." Lin Yuxi's voice sounded again. "Because before the death of the 11th prince, the Longevity Palace had been taking good care of me." Jiang Wang frowned and thought to himself, "What kind of reason is this?" He replied, "If it's really as you said, that the Longevity Palace has such a clue, what's the difference between holding in your hands and holding it in Zheng Xiaoming's hands? If we only want the truth, won't it be clearer if we witness it together?" At this time, Lin Yuxi had finished checking Jiang Wuqi's desk. She got up and walked to the bookshelf where the calligraphy and paintings were placed. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Jiang Wang. 2 hours before Feng Gu committed suicide, someone left something in front of my door. For some reason, when he heard this description, Jiang Wang immediately thought of the incident that Li Yugui had once told him. After Lin Kuang's death, someone threw his body directly in front of Lin Yuxi, who was 3 years old at the time, causing her to suffer from panic disorder. As the successor of a blue metal family, she was unable to face a corpse. "What is it?" Jiang Wang asked. Lin Yuxi's fingers brushed across the bookshelf, and her voice was very calm. "A knife used for dissecting corpses. It has my father's unique mark on it. It's an object that he lost back then." Jiang Wang's hair instantly stood on end. Feng Gu's death was far more complicated than he had imagined. Not only was it related to the case of noble consort Lei, but it could also involve the famous arrestor Lin Kuang back then. You mean my father died because he investigated the case of noble consort Lei back then? Lin Yuxi said lightly. And all I've been seeking for so many years is nothing more than this. Those who knew about Lin Kuang's death back then had always kept it a secret. So it was because he was involved in the palace secret case of noble consort Lei's assassination? At first, Lin Yuxi's statement was just speculation. But after combining with Lin Kuang's dissecting knife, the target of Feng Gu's suicide could not be clearer. The death of the chief eunuch of the Longevity Palace by hanging from a beam was already a sensational case. And the reason behind it was even more terrifying. It had to be traced back to 17 years of history, all the way to the 38th year of Yuan Feng. It involved the death of noble consort Lei, Jiang Wuqi's cold poison, and the death of the famous arrestor Lin Kuang. This was a big case that was enough to shake the entire Qi. Strictly speaking, its development was likely to affect the political structure of the entire Qi Empire. Just think about it. How many people in the entire Qi could kill noble consort Lei and suppress so many things? Which one of them was not high and mighty? No wonder Feng Gu said in his suicide note, "I'm a lowly old man, and my death is not to be regretted." So be it. He knew that his death would probably not cause any waves. This was just his last effort. There was no other way but to die. You don't believe Xing Shangming? Jiang Wang asked with difficulty. Lin Yuxi said, I don't believe anyone in the patrol office. Yes, Lin Kuang must have found something back then. And at the same time, there must be someone in the patrol office who was the murderer. Otherwise, how could a famous and powerful arrestor like Lin Kuang suddenly die? He died without knowing why. That was why Yuri, who was Lin Kuang's close friend and was known as the North and the South, directly resigned. In this kind of thing, how could Lin Yuxi dare to believe the people in the patrol office? But you actually believe me? Jiang Wang asked. Because you are really a trustworthy person, Lin Yuxi said. She said it very calmly. But for such a person who kept vigilant against the entire Qi Patrol office and even the officialdom because of his father's death, the trust she gave him was really heavy. All 2,000 signed books have been sent out. Before the 15th, everyone should be able to receive the physical books. Chapter 1382. This recognition is precious, Jiang Wang replied through telepathy. But I'm not sure I can help you. Lin Yuxi's trust was very heavy, but Jiang Wang was no longer the naive teenager who believed that Dong, it would save Maplewood City unconditionally. He would still keep his faith and not be stingy with his kindness, but he would not ignore realistic problems. Lin Kuang and Uriel, who were born in the 4 blue metal families, were once the most dazzling figures in the blue metal system. They were known as Southern Wu and Northern Lin, known as the Blue Metal Double Pride. They were the hope of the 4 blue metal families to restart the glorious era. Lin Kuang took over countless major cases, and every case was solved. Many of the methods of handling cases in the northern government were pioneered by him. But his brilliance came to an abrupt end after he took over the investigation of the assassination of noble consort Lei. Lin Kuang died, and Uriel resigned. In one night, the winds and clouds had dispersed. Lin Yuxi, who was only 3 years old, was afraid of corpses because he suddenly saw his biological father's corpse. Lin, Wu, and Cheng were the 4 blue metal families. The Cheng family had long lost its heir, and Lin Wu was only left with a shadow. A few days ago, Li Yuku was executed by dismemberment, which meant that the 4 blue metal families no longer existed in name and reality. Now, Lin Yuxi wanted to seize the clues that Feng Gu might have left behind to restart the assassination of noble consort Lei. Jiang Wang was not optimistic. It was not that he did not think highly of Lin Yuxi's ability to handle cases, but such a big case involving a wide range of people needed a powerful person to push it forward. Lin Yuxi and even Uriel behind her did not have such a driving force. From this point of view, why did Feng Gu choose to commit suicide at this moment? right after Jiang Wuqi's funeral? First, it was to complete Jiang Wuqi's funeral, and he had nothing to worry about. Second, it was nothing more than wanting to use the emperor's feelings for Jiang Wuqi to die as the chief eunuch of the Longevity Palace before the emperor's grief dissipated. He hoped that the emperor would be furious and push forward the investigation of the case. Then, he would expose the clues of the assassination of noble consort Lei and escalate the case. Even the person who put the knife in front of Lin Yuxi's door was definitely related to Fenggu. In order to find out the truth about Lin Kuang's death, Lin Yuxi would definitely do his best. Fenggu's design had almost reached the limit of what he could do. But the problem was, what was the emperor's attitude? On the surface, it seemed that the emperor had put in a lot of effort to push the northern government to be solely responsible for the Longevity Palace case. He had also taken care of Fenggu's dying wish and had Jiang Wang supervise the progress of the case. Zheng Xiangming, Lin Yuxi, and Jiang Wang formed a strong team. However, to trace back from Fenggu's case to the assassination of imperial concubine Lei many years ago, frankly speaking, it was lacking in weight. Only if Zheng Xiangming was replaced by Zheng Shi and Lin Yuxi was replaced by Uriel would they have the right to investigate such a case. Hence, the emperor's attitude was still unclear. Perhaps the emperor was also waiting for something. At the same time, combining the information of Lin Yuxi and Zheng Xiangming, Jiang Wang could be said to have some clues about this matter. The key to this matter was still the emperor. After seeing the clues, did the emperor intend to reopen the old case? The two blue medal winners in front of him were obviously not on the same page. If Zheng Xiangming found the clues first, he would definitely wait for the emperor's will. If Lin Yuxi found the clues first, she would definitely investigate all the way to the end in order to find out the truth. Jiang Wang sympathized with Lin Yuxi's experience and understood her desire to find out the truth, but he could not rashly promise something that he might not be able to do. Those who make light promises are bound to be untrustworthy. You don't have to do too much. Just turn a blind eye, Lin Yuxi said. Obviously, she was confident that she could find the clues before Zheng Xiangming, because compared to Zheng Xiangming, who was still suspicious, she had already confirmed that Fenggu's death was a suicide. She was one step ahead of him. The only thing she needed to worry about was Jiang Wang, who had been watching them in the name of supervisor. It was difficult for her and Zheng Xiangming to do anything under Jiang Wang's nose. That was why she needed to communicate with Jiang Wang in private. Jiang Wang did not speak anymore. The search of Jiang Wuqi's study did not produce a result quickly. It should be said that Lin Yuxi and Fenggu's goals were the same. One was for his dead father, the other for his dead benefactor. One died to open the case. The other was involved regardless of the consequences. They both wanted to pursue the truth that had been buried in history. Jiang Wang did not want to be the person who blocked the way. Repaying a debt of gratitude and taking revenge was a matter of course. Who could criticize them? But if he really found out that Lin Yuxi was hiding the clues, he was not sure what choice he would make. Could he just ignore Zheng Xiangming's friendship? The father and son of the Zheng family offered the position of the Northern Yamen Commandant so frankly. Could he just ignore it? Perhaps he shouldn't have taken on this job. Who would have thought that he would be in such a difficult situation? But if he just backed out now, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. If someone else came to supervise, it would be a real blow to Lin Yuxi's plan. Jiang Wang was frustrated. He simply stood at the door of the study and let his mind wander. He cultivated. He did not want to make a choice. It was better to leave it up to fate. Let's see who would be luckier between Lin Yuxi and Zheng Xiangming. Longhu had been completed. It was time to allocate some energy to the Starlight Sacred Tower. After all divine abilities and spells were based on cultivation. His soul moved and established a connection with the Starlight Sacred Tower in the distant stars. It was not that his soul was strong enough to cross the universe. This connection was based more on the mysteries of the Starlight Sacred Tower itself. A 7-story green pagoda hung in the vast starry sky. Its aura was ancient and solid. It had cornices and corners, like a picturesque railing. A wisp of his soul descended and revealed his form. At that time, he had directly set up the star tower beside the Alioth star, skipping the most tedious and dangerous steps of building the Starlight Sacred Tower. There was no need to risk his soul being lost in the universe to establish an anchor point. There was also no need to gather starlight bit by bit to build the star tower. After all, Senior Guan Yin had crushed it all. The Starlight Sacred Tower was indeed still in the inner circle of the Alioth star. However, the main body of the Alioth star occupied by Senior Guan Yin was nowhere to be found. The Alioth star already had a master. It would not be so easy for someone as ambitious as the Dragon God to capture its location. Jiang Wang did not think of contacting Senior Guan Yin. He thought that Senior Guan Yin was now with the annoying granny and did not want to be disturbed. Jiang Wang's star tower was not the only one in the starry sky covered by the Alioth star. It was also impossible for it to monopolize this region. However, this star tower was definitely in the core position of the Eastern Domain's Qi. Qi's Linzi. Sitting on a unique advantage, the falling starlight was like a waterfall, extremely dazzling. Jiang Wang was already very familiar with the state of the soul manifestation. Now, if the soul manifestation directly appeared in the vast universe, it would probably be destroyed in an instant. However, it was different in the Star Tower. To some extent, the Starlight's Sacred Tower, which stood in the distant starry sky, was a heavenly palace outside the body. Just like the 5 inner residences could also be regarded as 5 heavenly palaces, it opened up more possibilities in cultivation and gave cultivators more choices. The starlight in the hidden star sea shone brightly. Jiang Wang settled down and sat cross-legged in the star tower. Using this soul manifestation, with the help of the mysteries of the star tower, he calmed his mind and felt the connection between himself and the universe. The hidden star sea was also the universe sea, and the Starlight Sacred Tower was also himself. The human body corresponded to the universe, so there were thousands of possibilities. In meditation, he experienced the uniqueness of the Starlight's Sacred Tower in the vast universe. He took the initiative to gather the starlight of the Alioth star and further sculpted the Sacred Tower itself, making it more unique, more self, and more real. This in itself was also a process of further understanding himself, gain insight into himself, and then explore the universe. Using the universe as a mirror, he then reflected on himself. There was no end to his understanding of himself and the universe. Perhaps there would never be an end to cultivation, but there would always be people who put in all their effort to go further. After completing all his homework, Jiang Wang stood up and wandered around the Starlight Sacred Tower for a while. He even specially went to the bottom floor to take a look. The Sunhai Dragon God was suppressed at the bottom of the Star Tower. Under the effect of the spell formation set up by Senior Guan Yin, it continuously provided the Star Tower with power. Therefore, even though Jiang Wang was distracted by the Longhu Dragon God, the Star Tower's progress was not slow. It was now more solid and stable. The bottom of the Star Tower had turned into a stone floor with an ancient aura. It was like a huge stone slab that was intact. It was coarse, ancient, and had a sense of history. When Jiang Wang was adjusting it, he intentionally referred to the river viewing platform and the sword discourse platform in the great illusionary land. With a slight thought, the stone slab gradually became transparent. Therefore, one could clearly see that under his feet was a stone prison that was sealed on all sides. Complex formation patterns were connected, and it felt indestructible. A dark golden divine dragon was curled up on the ground, seemingly asleep. The Sunhai Dragon God was originally a golden dragon. Later on, when he was revived by Yin Xiao, he took control of the dark side of the Sunhai origin world and became black. After being pulled out of Jiang Wang's body by Guan Yin and sealed into this prison, he became dark golden. There was a mixture of light and darkness, and a mixture of good and evil. His dragon claws and dragon neck were shackled by a huge chain. The grayish-white chains, one end connected to the chains and the other to the 4 walls. While trapping the dragon's body, they were also absorbing his power, not allowing him any possibility of resistance. The entire Starlight Sacred Tower was under Jiang Wang's control. The transparent stone slab under his feet was unidirectional. From above, he could see the bottom, but from below, he could not see the top. Jiang Wang silently watched for a while. After confirming that his opponent had no chance of escaping, he prepared to leave. Sigh. The dark golden dragon in the stone prison suddenly sighed. He must have felt the changes in the Starlight Sacred Tower itself. He knew that Jiang Wang's soul had already arrived, so he deliberately made some noise to attract attention. Jiang Wang did not say a word and quietly watched his performance. Who else knows the ancient secrets? During the 100 Races War, the sky collapsed 9 times. How much did the Dragon Clan pay for this world? Heaven and earth are always ruthless, and people are the most forgetful. But fake legends are as thin as white paper, and false stories are just broken dreams. Those who forget history will eventually be forgotten by history. The dragon god's voice was low, as if he was trapped in a great memory. Back then, my emperor fought Lisan and saved the world from collapse. He broke the river of 9 bends, shattered the 7 treasures of Lisan, asked the southern sky, and howled in Yin. At this point, he sighed heavily again. This sigh was quite self-pitying, but it also had a deep meaning. It seemed that there were many stories waiting to be told. There were endless secrets to be shared with others. The secrets of the dragon's history, the dragon's treasures. No one would be indifferent to this. However, Jiang Wang was silent. The silence lasted for a long time. The Forest Sea Dragon God suddenly laughed miserably. In the past, when the Dragon Clan opened up the sea, more than half of the Water Clan's followers were still followers. I managed the Forest Sea origin world for 1,000 years, but in the end, no one followed me. There was no distinction between good and evil, and no reward for good and good. How ridiculous! Jiang Wang did not say a word and left directly. The dragon god in the dungeon was still continuing. To think that I, a true dragon, have mastered thousands of divine techniques, and no, suddenly sensing the change in the aura of the Saint Tower, he could no longer pretend and hurriedly jumped up. Hey, don't go, little brother. However, the aura of the Star Tower's owner had already disappeared, and the Star Tower returned to its normal state of loneliness in the universe. Damn it! The dragon god's eyes were ferocious, and he immediately leaped up. Smack! The chains binding him tightened, and lightning whipped around his body like a whip. In the flames that exploded and dissipated, his entire black-gold dragon body fell heavily to the ground, and he was dizzy from the fall. His flesh was torn open, and he could only pant hatefully. And how hateful! He was born with great power, and he had been high and mighty for countless years. Once he became a prisoner, he could only vent his anger with words. His anger and humiliation could only reverberate in the prison cell. If Jiang Wang did not listen, no one would listen, and to Jiang Wang. A true dragon was naturally invaluable, not to mention his contributions to the First Star Tower. Just his vision and experience as a true dragon were a huge fortune. However, this fortune was not so easy to obtain. Jiang Wang would not be arrogant enough to think that he had enough wisdom to suppress such an existence that had schemed for 1,000 years to seize Yuan. On the contrary, if he was blinded by greed, he might fall into his opponent's trap at any time. Therefore, he did not intend to have any interaction with the Forest Sea Dragon God before he had enough temperament. Under the suppression of Senior Wan Yin, this Forest Sea Dragon God could not cultivate or resist. The worst-case scenario was to wait for the First Star Tower to suck him into a dragon corpse. Between him and the Forest Sea Dragon God, time was his friend. The more time passed, the more the Dragon God would recognize reality. Jiang Wang had enough patience. The people of Mu had a saying that they could refine an eagle, so it might not be impossible to refine a dragon. After ending the cultivation lessons at the Starlight Sacred Tower, the faint frustration of being caught in a dilemma had disappeared. Zheng Xiangming and Lin Yuxi were still carefully searching for information, looking for chapters and excerpts from Jiang Wuqi's bookshelf. Occasionally, The two of them would exchange a few words of analysis, but they were all vague and untrue. Jiang Wang only glanced at them indifferently, then prepared to continue cultivating Dao techniques. Although the dragon and tiger had been formed, the flame flower incineration was still a little lacking. Although Zhuo Guanglia had left behind a detailed explanation, he had not allocated enough energy previously. This kind of mastery of Dao techniques was the best way to reflect the consumption of time. If he did not cultivate for a day, he would know. If he did not cultivate for 2 days, he would know. If he did not cultivate for 3 days, his opponent would know. However, perhaps because he had just met the dragon god, Jiang Wang suddenly thought of the red makeup mirror. Thus, he thought of the third option in the longevity palace. What if he could find the clue first? Would he be able to make a relatively correct choice with more comprehensive information? Would it not be better to decide who to give the clue to after understanding the cause and effect? Jiang Wang thought of the red makeup mirror now, not because of its possible relationship with the Dragon Clan, but because of its ability to reflect. After overcoming so many divine soul tribulations, the red makeup mirror could now cover an area of 25 kilometers. Furthermore, it was extremely clear and could cover the entire longevity palace. Using it to find clues would definitely be clearer than using the naked eye, and it would not be limited to this study. This was also why he felt that he might have a chance to find the clue first. Using the red makeup mirror's probing ability in Linzi was a very foolish choice, because it could easily offend a certain powerful expert. If he was seen as spying and came knocking on his door, that would be really embarrassing, and he might not even be able to keep his title. However, the Longevity Palace was completely sealed today, and the three of them were also given the right to search the Longevity Palace. If they did not use it now, then when Jiang Wang was already holding the red makeup mirror without batting an eyelid. With the help of the red makeup mirror, his vision quickly expanded to the entire Longevity Palace. The red makeup mirror was not a treasure of fortune, but an instrument engraved with a curse. Using the red makeup mirror directly, without using the mirror world to probe, would undoubtedly cause one to be disturbed by negative emotions and faint curses. However, those things would no longer affect the current Jiang Wang at all. Compared to the first time he felt the power of the red makeup mirror's curse overseas, the current Jiang Wang was much stronger. This majestic palace was spread out in his field of vision. From a transcendent perspective, he observed the empty Longevity Palace once more. It was as if he was visiting Jiang Wuqi again. Chapter 1383. The bedroom, study, martial arts practice field, morning hall, flower garden, quiet room, and even some secret rooms. His soul was like water flowing back and forth. As the saying goes, living changes one's chi, and nurturing changes one's body. On the other hand, people would also affect the environment they lived in. Observing this palace so carefully, he also got to know Jiang Wuqi from another perspective. The brightness of the past and the sorrow of today were all related to one person. One person, one life, and one spirit. Jiang Wang observed very carefully. For a peerless person like Jiang Wuqi who aimed to enter the insight realm, he must have a unique understanding of this world. These understandings might not be uniform, but it was definitely worth understanding and learning. As the saying goes, learn from those who are worthy and reflect on those who are not worthy. The process of understanding Jiang Wuqi further was also a process of self-enlightenment. With the help of the red makeup mirror, Jiang Wang almost didn't miss any details. He also saw a lot of valuable information, but he couldn't find any information that might be related to the assassination of noble consort Lei. Looking at the two blue metal arresters who were still busy in front of him, Jiang Wang swallowed a sigh in the bottom of his heart. He understood that there was another possibility. Perhaps he had already seen the corresponding clues, but he didn't know that they were related to the assassination of noble consort Lei. After all, he only knew a few words about the big case in the 38th year of the Yuanfeng dynasty. Who was involved, who was the most suspicious back then, and why it became an unsolved case in the end. He didn't know anything. Maybe he didn't even know the clues in front of him. He was a little naive before. After all, there are specialists in this field. Maybe he could only wait for the results of Lin Yuxi or Zheng Shangming's investigation. Jiang Wang glanced around aimlessly with the help of the red makeup mirror. Suddenly, his attention turned back and fell on a screen wall in the front hall. When Fenggu sent him off that day, he stopped in front of this screen wall and said a few words. That was also the last communication between him and Fenggu. At that time, the first sentence consultant Feng said was, "Lord Zhu, do you believe in the 11th prince?" Now that he thought about it, was there a deeper meaning to that question? Would there be any hidden information in the place where he stopped? Since Fenggu hoped that he would supervise the progress of the case in his will, according to common sense, he should have left some clues for him, just like the knife that Lin Yuxi received. However, Jiang Wang carefully recalled many times, but did not find anything special. Fenggu's words did reveal that he wanted to do something, but he did not mention any specific details. Jiang Wang had seen this screen wall several times when he went in and out of the Longevity Palace. On the back of the screen wall was a very delicate painting, and on the right side was the inscription, "All living beings look alike." The signature was Palace Master of the Longevity Palace. Jiang Wuqi himself was well-versed in calligraphy, painting, poetry, and books. He had left behind many scrolls of calligraphy in the palace. Jiang Wang had seen a lot of them. Although he knew they were very good, to be honest, his ability to appreciate these things was only at the level of applauding and applauding. As for what was good about it, it was hard for him to pinpoint it. Thus, he only took a casual glance at the painting on the wall and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he perked up and carefully observed it, he couldn't help but be amazed. In this painting, there were peddlers, nobles, generals, and ministers. There were thousands of people and thousands of faces, and all of them were vivid and lifelike. There were also carved railings and painted buildings, and endless streams of horses and carriages. There were shadows of distant mountains, deep still rivers, flowers and birds, green trees, old people, and children. Looking at it carefully, it was really a painting of all living beings. Not only were people doing their jobs, but there were also some stories happening in some places. Some were playing, some were putting their arms around each other's shoulders, and some were welcoming and sending people off. For example, in the lower left corner of this mural, there was a well-dressed person. His left index finger was gently touching his ear, and his right hand was pointing at the paper on the table in front of him. Obviously, he had difficulty hearing and was asking to communicate with others through words. Opposite him, there was a person who was talking with his head raised. He was wearing patched clothes, his eyes were lifeless, and one of his hands was holding a blind cane. Obviously, he had difficulty in seeing. The communication between the deaf and the blind, the former was gesticulating while the latter was talking nonstop. It was really strange. For example, there was a farmer who was carrying dung on the riverbank. The passers-by all covered their noses. Only an old fisherman was holding his fishing rod without moving, his expression calm. Obviously, his nose was broken. Because he had lost his sense of smell, he lost some of the excitement and also avoided some troubles. There were many different kinds of things. The more one looked at this mural, the more marvelous it was. There was no part of it that was not exciting. It was as if it had depicted people and lives. Along the way, Jiang Wang had seen magnificent scenes, as well as cool breezes and ripples. He had seen a lot of people, and he knew a lot of people. He created the human sword, saw all living beings, and evolved all living beings. In the short few years after he became a transcendent, he had seen a lot of excitement that people would never see in their lives. But after all, it was only a few years. He never dared to say that he had perfected the human sword, let alone that he had seen all the people in the world. Now that he was looking at this mural carefully, it was as if he had experienced the experience of the painter. In the world built by the painter, he had seen thousands of lives. He had gained a lot. Zheng Shangming, who was searching for the secret records in every book with a secret technique, suddenly turned his head in shock. He had already sensed the terrifying sword intent on Jiang Wang's body. It was hidden, but it already had the power to destroy a mountain. He had long known that Jiang Wang was powerful, and he firmly believed that Jiang Qingyang was the number one person in Qi, Tianjiao. After all, the lesson from the fight on Mount Choma was deep enough. After that, Jiang Wang improved at a rapid pace. Every time his achievements came out, it almost made people speechless. Step by step, he broke legends and created history. But those achievements were still far away. At this moment, they were right in front of him. This person stood at the door for half a day, and his swordsmanship improved? Was this the peerless Tianjiao? In the past, Jiang Wuqi suppressed his cultivation progress by drinking medicine. Then, Jiang Qingyang stood on guard for a while and comprehended swordsmanship. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the ancient military book in his hand, 9 theories on selecting generals and 8 methods of selecting soldiers, and suddenly felt that life was dull and boring. If talents were compared to soldiers and generals, people like Jiang Wang and Jiang Wuqi were probably only 1 theory, while he was probably only 5 or 6 theories. The weight of his gaze instantly touched Jiang Wang. He calmly withdrew his sword intent and temporarily stopped observing the painting. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi, who was also surprised, and asked softly, "Have you found any clues?" He almost asked them separately through telepathy. Fortunately, he was still conscious and did not cause an awkward situation. Zhang Xiaoming shook his head. Feng Gu's death is very suspicious, and the clues are scattered. Although we have collected some information, we can't be sure if it's useful. We still need to go back and compare the testimonies to be sure. What about Deputy Lin? About the same as you, Lin Yuxi said lightly. Zhang Xiaoming asked, "Then should we go back first or continue?" Lin Yuxi said, "Let's go back first. I want to examine the medicinal soup." The examination of the medicinal soup could only be carried out in the inspection office. Lin Yuxi said that he wanted to examine it himself, but it was impossible that there was no supervision. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoming did not care too much. He carefully put the ancient military book in his hand back to a place far away. "Then let's go back first and come back tomorrow." He looked at Jiang Wang. "Does Lord Jiang want to go back first or come back with us to the inspection office? You now have the right to examine Feng Gu's body, investigate the relevant files, and interrogate the relevant personnel." Jiang Wang looked at the two of them. He was completely unable to determine whether they had obtained the clues they wanted. This was good. It would save him some trouble. "Let's go to the inspection office," he said. The carriage had already moved. The palace gate behind them was locked again. The longevity palace returned to silence. Jiang Wang was still thinking about the screen wall. The position of the screen wall was not far from the gate of the longevity palace. The mural was painted by Jiang Wuqi himself. Of course, it could represent some of Jiang Wuqi's ideas or tendencies. One stroke to see all living beings. Of course, it was very obvious. But did this painting of all living beings mean to see all living beings, to tolerate all living beings, or to rule all living beings, to know all living beings? Did what the nobles and generals were going through represent Jiang Wuqi's view of the current situation? Was there any mystery behind why Feng Gu stopped here at that time? In such a painting of thousands of people and thousands of faces, Jiang Wang silently recalled the people who stopped in the painting. He observed what they were doing, hoping to find a possible connection. This was a meticulous and long work. It was difficult to be distracted. The carriage stopped. "We're here." Zhang Xiaoming got off the carriage first. Lin Yuxi followed closely behind. The three of them each had their own thoughts and did not talk to each other. Jiang Wang followed behind them and entered the northern government again. Such a powerful government office occupied a large area. Jiang Wang had been here several times, but he still did not see much. He did not have a complete picture of the northern government. Today was the first time he saw the prison of the northern government. An iron house stood on the bare ground. There were no other buildings around, and the stone slabs were exposed. The iron house was only a place for the guards to verify the identity of the people. The real prison was underground. Zhang Xiaoming went to interrogate the maids and eunuchs of the longevity palace. Lin Yuxi went to check the bowl of medicine first. Jiang Wang did not follow either of them and went straight to the morgue. The northern government had a special morgue, which was not far from the prison of the northern government. Of course, it was inevitable that it would give people a sense of intimidation, as if they had been tortured in prison and would be dragged directly to the morgue. But in fact, this kind of thing was relatively rare. The northern government had a strict investigation procedure for killing people. Those who killed indiscriminately today would be the prisoners of the northern government tomorrow. Those who killed people without orders would be punished. Compared to the prison under the watch of the night watchman, the prison of the northern government was much milder. The maids and eunuchs of the Longevity Palace were temporarily imprisoned here only to keep the case secret. Once the case was closed, they could be released. So basically, they would not be harmed. Of course, the prison of the northern government was divided into different levels corresponding to different prisoners. The so-called milder was only relative. The deceased of Feng Gu's status was considered quite high in the morgue of the northern government, and he had a quiet room to himself. There was a special guard at the door, and no one was allowed to enter without the seal of the northern government. Even if Jiang Wang went in, there was a constable from a northern government who quietly stood in the room and routinely supervised things. With all these measures, it was very difficult to do anything to Feng Gu's body. It was almost impossible to do it without being discovered by the senior blue metal. A lonely stone coffin stopped in the middle of the room. This kind of stone coffin was very precious, and not everyone was qualified to use it. The stone coffin itself was engraved with array patterns, which prevented the corpse from decomposing and preserved the state of death to the greatest extent. So when Jiang Wang saw Feng Gu, the corpse did not have time to change. The body was naked, and there were some very thin knife marks, which had been checked by the blue metal countless times. Jiang Wang recognized that some of them were left by Lin Yuxi. He had seen Lin Yuxi dissect corpses with his own eyes, and he recognized his unique technique. He gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his left eye had turned red. Under the state of the eye of Qianyang, he examined the corpse and captured the details. The result was, of course, nothing. He did not find any injuries other than the strangulation marks on the neck, nor did he find any traces of tampering. Jiang Wang did not expect to find anything. After the examination, he secretly used the art of remembrance to see if he could copy a little bit of Feng Gu's spirit. However, he had died very thoroughly. His soul had dispersed completely, leaving not a single trace behind. Looking at Feng Gu's eyes that were still wide open after death, Jiang Wang asked in his heart, "Do you know that what you want may never be realized?" Of course, there was no answer to this question. Jiang Wang withdrew the eye of Qianyang and turned to leave. The blue metal constable who accompanied Lord Jiang in for the autopsy was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked very reserved and reliable. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word. He waited until Jiang Wang went out before following behind and walking out quickly. When he passed by the stone coffin, he stretched out his palm and quickly swept over Feng Gu's body. His hand clenched into a fist as if he had grabbed something. He followed closely behind Jiang Wang and stepped out of the morgue. He closed the door and locked it. The whole process was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. No one should have discovered it. He had such confidence. He lowered his eyes in a low-key manner and did not say a word. But what he did not see was Jiang Wang, who was walking out of the long corridor, flipped his left hand, and a small dressing mirror had been quietly put away. Jiang Wang used a red makeup mirror to cover the morgue with the intention of helping him find possible clues. He looked at it once and checked it again through the red makeup mirror. He did not expect to see such an interesting scene. Who was this blue metal constable who followed him to supervise him? What did he want to do, and what did he do? Jiang Wang did not think that it was a routine inspection of the body by the Beijing Yamen. If it was just an inspection, there was no need to be so secretive. They should not have hidden it from Jiang Wang, the person who went to do the autopsy. Without supervision, the inspection itself was unfair. Jiang Wang walked out quietly. There was no need to expose him now. First of all, It was easy to cut off the follow-up clues if he was exposed. Second of all, even if he observed with the red makeup mirror, he did not find out what this person did to Fenggu's body. Even if he made a fuss now and caught this person, he might not be able to get the stolen goods. Instead, he would alert the enemy. It was better to wait for the follow-up. According to the rules, he signed and stamped with the person in charge of the morgue to confirm that he had been to the morgue and completed the inspection of Fenggu's body. Then he left. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Wang did not look at the constable who followed him into the morgue, but he had already memorized this person's face. Thick eyebrows, deep eyes, and a big nose. His eyes looked gentle, but that right hand was definitely the hand that had torn many people's hands. It was too smooth and too steady. Chapter 1384. He left the morgue and stepped on the bare floor tiles. When he passed by the prison, he bumped into Zheng Shangming. Or rather, Zheng Shangming had calculated the time and was waiting for him here. "You're done with the examination?" Zheng Shangming asked. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to him. "Brother Jiang, you have to make a decision about the commandant of the Northern Yamen as soon as possible." Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. He understood that Zheng Shangming had probably found some clues. Of course, the commandant of the Northern Yamen was not something that could be discussed in public. After experiencing the strange behavior of the blue metal constable in the morgue, Jiang Wang did not trust the internal security of the Northern Yamen. He said, "I've already examined the body. There's nothing wrong with it." He replied telepathically, "I understand." Zheng Shangming nodded. "Then, Brother Jiang, take care. I'll pick you up at your residence tomorrow." Jiang Wang refused. "There's no need for that. I'll meet you outside the Longevity Palace tomorrow morning." At the same time, he sent a telepathic message. "Investigate the constable who accompanied me into the morgue. There's something wrong with him. At the same time, check Fenggu's body. I suspect that he did something to it." Zheng Shangming smiled. "It's not that it's not troublesome. It's the rule. We have to get on the Northern Yamen's carriage when we go out. We can't contact anyone else." He replied telepathically, "Don't worry. If there's something wrong with this person, he won't be able to hide it. I'll find a new clue tonight, and then I'll examine the body again. I'll let you know if there's any news. Since it's the rule, we'll follow it." Jiang Wang cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave first." "Take care." Zheng Shangming watched him leave, then turned and walked back to the Iron House. Everyone in the Northern Yamen knew that the two of them were friends. Their small talk would not arouse any suspicion. Jiang Wang did not look for Lin Yuxi. Instead, he left the Northern Yamen alone. The Northern Yamen's carriage was still waiting outside, waiting to take him home. Although Linzi was prosperous, not many people were willing to come to a place like the Northern Yamen. A candy vendor was pushing a wheelbarrow and hawking his wares. A few pedestrians looked anxious. Jiang Wang couldn't help thinking, where was he supposed to be in Jiang Wuqi's mural of all living beings? The mortal world was like a net. How many people could break free from it? Jiang Wang stooped down and sat in the carriage. As the wheels slowly turned, he quietly played with the red makeup mirror in his hand. Earlier, when he had achieved the outer tower in the depths of the universe, it was thanks to the red makeup mirror that he had temporarily frozen the dragon god and created an opportunity for Master Guan Yin to completely peel off the dragon god. He once thought that the red makeup mirror had awakened some kind of power. However, after careful investigation, he did not discover any new changes to the red makeup mirror. All functions were the same as before. His body entered the mirror world and was still in the white space. As for the divine soul tribulation, he did not dare to try for the time being. Jiang Wang speculated that perhaps the red makeup mirror only had a special reaction to dragons. In fact, there were many signs in the morning. The red makeup mirror came from Hu Xiaoming of the Fishing Sea Tower. From the later situation, the secret of the red makeup mirror should be shared by Hu Xiaoming and his master, Hai Zhongming. The red makeup mirror itself naturally came from overseas. In the overturning seas tribulation, the name of the female voice that had traversed all the divine soul tribulations was also overturning seas. At the end of the overturning seas tribulation, a big sun roasted the ocean dry. So much information was related to this sea. And the biggest threat to the human race overseas was the Sea Clan. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan led nearly half of the Sea Clan to retreat to the sea. After a long time, they evolved into the Sea Clan of today. Jiang Wang couldn't help but think that the existence called overturning seas had some kind of relationship with the Dragon Clan. From the battle in the depths of the universe, it could be seen that the Sun-High Dragon God obviously had a certain understanding of the red makeup mirror. However, now was not the time to dig out any information from him, given that old dragon's craftiness. The more interested Jiang Wang was in the red makeup mirror's origins, the more he would be manipulated. The red makeup mirror should have greater potential, but before he had the ability to survive the next divine soul tribulation, he probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. However, Jiang Wang wasn't thinking about the red makeup mirror itself as he caressed it. Instead, he was thinking about the words that the Dragon God had said in the Aliyah Star Tower. He had said that he had managed the Sunhai origin world for 1,000 years, but in the end, he had no one to follow him. He had said that there was no distinction between good and evil, and that he didn't repay good for good. Of course, this was bullshit. The Dragon God only knew how to use and plunder. He had done too much evil. After his true colors were exposed, he naturally lost the hearts of the people and had no one to follow him. Jiang Wang couldn't be bothered to listen to those bewitching words. However, he suddenly thought of something. What about Jiang Wuqi? After Jiang Wuqi's death, the huge longevity palace seemed to be completely silent. There was no movement at all. Given the Sunhai Dragon God's perverse behavior, he naturally couldn't avoid being abandoned. However, how could Jiang Wuqi, an extremely charismatic noble, have no one to follow him? Even a peerless Tianjiao like Jiang Wang, who had only interacted with him a few times, was already full of admiration for him. What about his confidants? Where do they go? Even if the monkeys scatter when the tree falls, it shouldn't be just the old eunuch Feng Gu. Perhaps before Jiang Wuqi made such a decision, he had already severed ties with his people, allowing the Qi to belong to the Qi. He had completely opened up his political resources and allowed his brothers and sisters to divide them. However, there were still some people who couldn't be severed. No matter how they severed, they couldn't remove the mark of the longevity palace. For example, Feng Gu. For example, Lei Zhanqian. The entire Lei family was Jiang Wuqi's maternal family. How could they sever this kind of blood relationship? Of course, Feng Gu and the Lei family didn't remain silent. Feng Gu cooperated with Wen Yinyu to manage Jiang Wuqi's funeral and died after the funeral. The Lei family also mourned for Jiang Wuqi. On the day of Jiang Wuqi's burial, it was Lei Zhanqian who carried the coffin. However, Jiang Wuqi's confidants who were deeply marked by the longevity palace weren't limited to just these few people. For example, Gong Sunyu, a disciple of a famous family. Jiang Wang still remembered that when he first met Jiang Wuqi at Mount Yunwu, there were a few important people beside Jiang Wuqi. One of them was Lei Yikuan from the Lei family. One of them was Zhang Yong, needless to say. Another one was Gong Sunyu, because he was the descendant of Gong Sun Yi who wrote, "Exchanging cups of wine to rest, sleeping with Wen Yu's guest." He had a deep impression of him. Later, he also heard from Cheng Gong Sheng and the others that Gong Sunyu was Jiang Wuqi's most trusted confidant and one of his most trusted people. Since when did this Gong Sunyu stop appearing? What happened? Including Jiang Wuqi's funeral, this person didn't seem to have come. The carriage stopped while Jiang Wang's thoughts were churning. "We're here, Lord Jiang," the coachman said. "Sorry for the trouble." Jiang Wang thanked him, got off the carriage, and walked towards his residence. "Someone asked me to pass a message to you," the coachman suddenly said behind him. Jiang Wang stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. The coachman continued, "As a rootless Xinchi person, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. It's best if you don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in." With that, he shook the reins and was about to drive the carriage away. Jiang Wang suddenly turned around. The horse that was driving the carriage was stopped by an invisible force. It raised its hooves and neighed, but its sound couldn't be heard. Then it knelt on the ground, motionless. The coachman tried his best to struggle, but his body couldn't move. Raging waves seemed to rise in the sky-reaching sea. The entire spine of the dragon seemed to be held by an invisible hand. Even its head and limbs were trapped in the wind of various shapes and sizes. Transcendent grade Tao technique, dragon tiger. It coiled the dragon, made the tiger crouch, and made the man a prisoner. It was too despairing. There was no room for resistance. And that world-famous Tianjiao slowly walked over in such despair. "Am I too good-tempered?" he asked softly. "Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can pass a message to me, right?" The coachman's mouth wasn't sealed, but he remained silent. He gritted his teeth and saw a pair of clear eyes. Then, boiling, killing intent engulfed his mind. Such killing intent, such sharpness. He felt fear. His body trembled and sweat poured out. He almost knelt down, but he was fixed in place and couldn't move. Jiang Wang had reason to be angry. From the constables at the morgue to the coachman driving the carriage, the patrol office was full of infiltration. This was unavoidable. The Northern Yamen was a yamen that was in charge of law and order in the capital city. Anyone who had some power in the court would have a few connections with it. Even the Beya commandant, Zheng Shi, tacitly approved of this. The yamen was too big and had too many people. It was impossible for it to be too clean. He only completely controlled some key positions to ensure the core strength of the blue metal. He could only tolerate the other positions. However, the person behind the scenes shouldn't have been so careless as to let a coachman pass on a message. The other party just wanted to prove their infiltration of Beya. They just wanted to emphasize their strength in the Qi department. "Look, our people are everywhere. If you offend us, you have to be careful even when you're in the carriage." This wasn't a reminder at all. It was a blatant threat. Along the way, Jiang Wang had experienced countless battles of life and death. He had defeated those who were stronger than him. He had turned the tides of battle countless times. He killed strong enemies, won big battles, and became a legend. He walked step by step to the position of Deqi's 3rd grade Golden Melon Warrior, 4th grade Blue Metal Constable, and Noble Qin Yangzi. But there was still someone who didn't know anything and just casually sent a lackey to threaten him. Looking at the immobile coachman, Jiang Wang said coldly, "If I kill you now, no one will speak up for you. No one will dare to come to me because of you. No one will even admit that they asked you to pass a message. You will die today, nameless and silent. Not even a sound will be heard. So, do you understand what you are and what the people behind you are?" The coachman was already rolling his eyes. Jiang Wang untied Longhu. The horse immediately stood up, and the coachman's entire body almost went limp, but he still managed to hold on. "You're lucky that you're in front of my house. I don't want to kill anyone." Jiang Wang patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Help me pass a message back. If you want to teach me how to do things, at least stand in front of me. If you don't even have the guts to face me, how can you have the face to give me advice?" The coachman nodded reluctantly. Jiang Wang looked into his eyes. After confirming that he understood, he turned and walked into the mansion. The Jiang mansion wasn't located in a remote area. It was also in the core area of Yawang Lane. There were passers-by on the road who had noticed this scene, but they only saw a carriage from Beya stop there. The horse pulling the carriage seemed to be tired and knelt on the ground. The coachman helplessly pulled the reins. Lord Jiang stood in front of the carriage, as if he was saying something. Although no sound could be heard, he looked very cordial. After saying a few words, Lord Jiang turned and returned to the mansion. The coachman drove the carriage away. It was a very harmonious scene. This was an ordinary day in Yawang Lane, no different from the past. Other than the servants of the Jiang mansion looking at their master with more reverence, everything was normal. After entering the house, Jiang Wang first went to the courtyard where Cheng Gengsheng lived. Because he had increased the sound of his footsteps in advance, the courtyard door was already pulled open when he reached the door. At this time, Cheng Gengsheng was half lying on an exceptionally wide recliner. His eyes were half closed, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. The recliner was standing beside a small pond. This small pond was dug out by Chung Gung-sheng after he moved in. Some water plants were planted in it, and a few small turtles were raised there. On his left, there was a bamboo rack. On the rack, there were a few pots of exceptionally beautiful fruits. 14 removed his armor and was slowly peeling the fruits for him. This fatty's recent life seemed to be similar to Jiang Wuxia's. He was really carefree. When Jiang Wang walked in, the fatty on the recliner moved and lazily glanced over. "You seem to have gained something?" he asked with a slightly amused tone. Who was a mere cultivator with 2 mansions and 1 supernatural power looking down on. Jiang Wang was not in the mood to argue. He only said, "Help me investigate Gong Sunyu. See what he is doing now. Make sure to be discreet. Don't let anyone find out." Chung Gung-sheng did not ask for the reason. Seeing Jiang Wang so serious, he also said seriously, "I'll get the shadow guards to do it right away." 14's knife spun and finished peeling the fruit in his hand. The black fruit skin formed a strip and was placed on the plate. The white and tender fruit flesh was placed in Chung Gung-sheng's mouth. Then, she put on her armor and walked out without a word. To the shadow guards, her orders were no different from Chung Gung-sheng's. Jiang Wang could not help but ask, "When you left, you were eating porridge. When you came back, you were eating fruits. Haven't you been cultivating these few days? Aren't I waiting for you?" Chung Gung-sheng chewed on the fruit flesh in his mouth and muttered, "If I don't keep an eye on you, what will I do if you leave the country without a word?" He deserved a beating for bringing up his sore spot. Jiang Wang waved his hand and closed the door after 14 left. Cough. Chung Gung-sheng's expression turned serious. "Tell me, what's troubling you?" Jiang Wang walked to the small pond and looked at the patterns on the shell of a small turtle. He said, "Zheng Xiaoming told me about the Northern Yamen Commandant." "Oh." Chung Gung-sheng's chubby hand grabbed a green fruit and took a bite. He said as he ate, "It seems that Feng Gu's death is not simple. It will involve a lot of people." He glanced at Jiang Wang and asked, "Does Zheng Xiaoming want you to lead this case, and then his father will be promoted and leave a position for you?" Jiang Wang was already used to this fatty's wisdom. He could only nod. "That's true." Chung Gung-sheng took another bite of the fruit, and the juice splashed everywhere. Lin Yuxi should have some demands, and he has a conflict with Zheng Xiaoming. Otherwise, you don't have to be so troubled by such a good thing. Why are you troubled by Lin Yuxi? He ate the fruit and said vaguely, "Oh, Lin Kuang?" He swallowed the fruit flesh in shock and sat up. The case of imperial concubine lay. Chapter 1385. Chung Gung-sheng was startled. Jiang Wang almost slipped and stepped into the pool. With his cultivation, he shouldn't be unable to control himself like this. It was just that Zhong Xiansheng's brain worked too quickly. He had just started talking about the Baya Commandant. Even before he finished talking, Chung Gung-sheng had almost pieced together the whole story of the Longevity Palace incident. This made him appear rather sluggish when he was thinking strenuously in the Longevity Palace. He had to exchange one sentence and another piece of information. He could only figure out 1, 2, 3 for, you guessed right. Jiang Wang didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. With an expression that said, Lin Yuxi determined that Feng Gu's death was suicide. She thought that Feng Gu chose to commit suicide in order to draw out the case of imperial concubine Lei. Suicide? Chung Gung-sheng thought for a while. That makes sense. What does it make sense? What do you mean? Jiang Wang analyzed with him calmly. Who would be stupid enough to silence the witness after so many years? Who would be stupid enough to provoke the emperor at this time? Chung Gung-sheng said, I've been thinking about these questions for a long time. What if Feng Gu had been secretly investigating for so many years and only found the clues of the case now? Jiang Wang was a little unconvinced. Feng Gu died right after the funeral, which means that everything is not a coincidence. Such an accurate time is enough to prove that his death must have been premeditated and not done at the last minute. Chung Gung-sheng glanced at Jiang Wang. Whether it was suicide or murder, since it was premeditated, how could it be just discovered? Jiang Wang nodded seriously. What you said makes sense. Chung Gung-sheng ignored his nonsense and said with annoyance, I should have thought of it when I saw Zheng Shangming and Lin Yuxi appear at the same time. Even if Feng Gu's death was a murder, how could it be investigated by these two people? I shouldn't have let you go. Why not these two people? Jiang Wang was used to arguing. Chung Gungsheng took a bite of the fruit angrily. One wants to show his loyalty, and the other wants to find the truth. No matter how I look at it, they shouldn't be involved in this kind of case. Unless this case can satisfy them at the same time. I've been playing chess with a bad chess for so long that I've lost this sensitivity. What bad chess? Jiang Wang was very sensitive now. He's not the disciple of Horseface King, Humph. Zhong Xiansheng swallowed the fruit and asked, Do you want one? No need. Jiang Wang wasn't in the mood to eat. He walked around the pool. Oh, right. Before Feng Gu died, Lin Yuxi received a small dissection knife that Lin Kuang used in the past. That's why she tried to get involved in this case. Chung Gungsheng held the half-eaten fruit in his hand and paused. I see. Jiang Wang was confused. What do you mean by I see? What do you mean by I see? In the end, he only asked enigmatically, Oh. According to the legends of thousands of beauties, every time Emperor Wu of Qi was in a complicated situation like fighting for favor in the harem, or beauties forcing him to abdicate, he would ask before he understood the situation. Oh. This showed that he was calm and had a clear conscience. Not only that, but he had also taken the initiative and taken control of the situation. He was even able to discreetly extract information from the other party and figure out the actual situation. It was really a clever move. Chung Gung-sheng didn't think too much and said casually, I originally thought that Feng Gu's spirit was praiseworthy and his wisdom was pitiful. I didn't say it out of consideration for your feelings. Now that I think about it, he's not completely brainless. Oh, Jiang Wang asked again. Chung Gung-sheng had been trained to be patient by Jiang Wang. He explained seriously, there's a historical reason why the assassination of imperial concubine Lei was unsolved back then. Jiang Wang nodded and motioned for him to continue. Chung Gung-sheng said, In the 38th year of Yuan Feng, Duke Lulan raised an army in the open. The emperor personally led the army, and the battle ended in a draw. Although the battle ended in a draw, the aftermath didn't stop for 10 years. The assassination of imperial concubine Lei happened during this period. A famous arrestor Lin Kuang died in this case, causing a stir in the city. The emperor had to stabilize the situation and tacitly allowed the case to be put on hold indefinitely. Duke Lulan? Jiang Wang was really curious. She didn't have a duke, so he had never heard of the name Duke Lulan. Due to some historical reasons, Qi doesn't have a hereditary duke. In the 38th year of Yuan Feng, there was only one duke, Duke Lulan. In the early years, Duke Lulan fought with his majesty in the north and south, destroying cities and destroying countries. His reputation wasn't inferior to the current army god. His name has become a taboo. You don't know. Let's not talk about him first. Chung Gung-sheng said. In short, the assassination of imperial concubine Lei didn't have a conclusion back then. It wasn't that there was no conclusion. It was put on hold for political reasons. I think Feng Gu chose to pursue the old case at this time because he saw the emperor's decisiveness in directly cutting off Yin Tuesday to Qi is now qualified to endure some turmoil. Jiang Wang frowned. Will investigating the assassination of imperial concubine Lei cause turmoil in the country? At least in the 38th year of Yuan Feng. Now, Chung Gung-sheng said, I think that unless the army god is the murderer, no one can shake the emperor's authority. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and said, Does this mean that the emperor knows who the murderer of imperial concubine Lei is? Who knows? The emperor's heart is unpredictable, Chung Gung-sheng said slowly. But no matter whether the emperor back then knew or not, since there hasn't been a result for so many years, the current emperor definitely doesn't know. As for whether the current emperor knows, it depends on whether you are an official or not. Chung Gung-sheng's words were a little awkward. Jiang Wang only said, Oh. Chung Gung-sheng had completely sorted out his thoughts. He finished the fruit in his hand in 2 bites and said in a relaxed tone, Investigate first, find out the truth of that year. If the emperor should know the truth, then report it to the political affairs hall. If the emperor shouldn't know the truth, then report it to the emperor privately. He smiled. Zheng Shi really has sharp eyes. Zheng Shangming is right. If you seize this opportunity, you will be the commandant of the northern Yamen. What if you can't find out? Jiang Wang asked. How can you not find out? Cheng Gengsheng said. As long as you agree to Zheng Shi and his son's conditions, they will find a way to tell you the truth. Even not only them. Many people want to tell you the truth. How do you determine whether the emperor should know the truth or not? Jiang Wang asked again. Isn't it simple? You just need to. Cheng Gengsheng thought for a while and probably still felt that it was not reliable. So he changed his words. Forget it. You can ask me directly when the time comes. Zheng Shi and his son will also help you. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and grinned. Everything is in my hands. I just need to reach out. Yes, you just need to reach out. Cheng Gengsheng said meaningfully. But it's only because you have such value that you have the opportunity to reach out. It's because you shone in Xingyue Plain, your reputation spread far and wide. And it's because you have risked your life so many times and worked so hard for so long. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. You can reach out and touch now. His tone was serious. This is what you deserve, Jiang Wang. Don't miss this opportunity. Opportunity. Jiang Wang looked at the surface of the pool silently. A breeze blew past, ruffling the water in the pool. Chapter 1386. You're always good at persuading people. Jiang Wang looked at the ripples in the pond and asked, Is the commandant of the northern Yamen that good? What are you thinking about? Cheng Gengsheng waved his hand and said in an exaggerated tone, This is the most powerful position you can reach at this stage. It's also the gateway to the real power center of Qi. If you can become the commandant of the northern Yamen today, you can directly become a general when the immortal descends. We'll send you to the Qiu Offense Army, and the next step will be the military hall. You can even control one of the 3 departments. Then, the next step will be the political affairs hall. How dare you ask me if the commandant of the northern Yamen is that good? Think about it, Jiang Wang. This is one of the 6 most powerful countries in the world, the overlord of the eastern region. You can reach the top in the shortest time possible and share the supreme power with those top figures. This step will start from the commandant of the northern Yamen. How dare you ask if it's important? Ask if it's good? Looking at Cheng Gengsheng, who was spitting, Jiang Wang fell silent for a long time. Then he said, Oh. Cheng Gengsheng glared at him. You're honking like a goose today? You can't stop honking. Jiang Wang smiled. It seems that it's really important. Zhong Xiansheng's face was filled with disappointment. It's good that you know. Yes, I know. Jiang Wang waved his hand. I'll go back to cultivate first. Remember to help me investigate Gong Sunyu. Think carefully and control yourself. Cheng Gengsheng shouted behind him. Don't improve your cultivation too quickly. If the immortal descends accidentally, you won't be able to become the commandant of the northern Yamen. Jiang Wang's figure had already disappeared. It was unknown whether he had heard it or not. As a famous scenic spot in Linzi, there were many villas of high officials and nobles at the foot of Mount Xia. Of course, Cheng Gengsheng was not the only one who knew how to choose a place. The palace master of the heart-nurturing palace, Jiang Wuxia, also had a residence here. She usually only stayed at the beginning of the Twilight Festival. Everyone knew that His Highness the Ninth Prince loved beautiful women, delicious food, and fine wine. He enjoyed all of them and would never suffer. Despite her noble status, she rarely stayed in the heart-nurturing palace. This was different from the other palace masters. To Jiang Wuxia, even though he was the master of the heart-nourishing palace, he could make all the decisions in the palace. However, the heart-nurturing palace was still within the boundaries of the Qi Palace, and there were some rules that had to be followed. That was the problem. Comparatively speaking, the warm Jade Water Pavilion was where he usually stayed. Almost everyone in Linzi knew about this. When Jiang Wang went out to sea to rescue people, he went directly to the warm Jade Water Pavilion to discuss terms with him. From this, one could see one spot. However, Jiang Wuxi's mourning period had not been long. As the elder brother, It was clearly inappropriate for him to be soaking in the warm jade water pavilion. Therefore, during this period of time, he stayed in this courtyard at the foot of Sunset Mountain. There is no need to say more about the exquisite layout and elegance of style. Among all the courtyards at the foot of Sunset Mountain, this residence was one of the best. At this moment, Jiang Wuxia was lying on a soft couch. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. Her long hair was held up diagonally with a hairpin, and she was only wearing a loose silk robe. Two beautiful maids knelt on both sides of the couch, one massaging her shoulders and the other massaging her legs. Her jade-like hands wandered around the mountain, warm and fragrant. In a trance, she did not know what day it was. The soft couch was placed on a very stylish balcony. Just by leaning sideways, one could see the beautiful scenery of Sunset Mountain. Of course, there were curtains all around. When they were down, it was a private space. When they were up, one could see the vast sky and clouds. This balcony was unusually spacious. There were pots of flowers and caged birds. There was also a large water tank with water lilies. The blooming period had long passed, but it was still blooming brilliantly. Not far from the soft couch, there was a zither. It supported the ground like a beauty. The wood was glossy and had a jade luster. After the zither, there was another beauty. Her body was slender, and her temperament was otherworldly. Her eyebrows were ordinary, and she was playing the zither. The beauty was beautiful, and the music was wonderful. The mountain breeze blew, and it was very pleasant. Only one person in black was half kneeling on the ground. He was the only color in this picture that was not very harmonious. His left hand was on his knee, and his right hand was stretched out and pressed against the ground. It was a sign of submission. The bulging veins on the back of his hand were also a sign of strength. You mean, after enjoying for a long time, Jiang Wuxia said slowly, there is nothing wrong with Fenggu's body? The beautiful sound of the zither stopped. I've investigated it myself. There is indeed nothing wrong with it. The man in black, half kneeling on the ground, said, the people in Baya are not useless. How can there be no problem at all? Under the pressure of the beautiful maids, Jiang Wuxia's voice was drifting. It shouldn't be, the man in black said, but it's too late to tamper with it now. Don't tamper with it. Jiang Wuxia frowned slightly. Why should we tamper with it? It's stupid to add fuel to the fire at this time. We just need the truth, do you understand? Yes, the man in black said. Qi Song, I hope you really do, Jiang Wuxia said. The man in black named Qi Song lowered his head even more. This humble one truly understands. Then, Jiang Wuxia asked, who sent you to Baya in person? I thought I wouldn't be discovered. You thought? Jiang Wuxia opened his eyes. There was undisguised dissatisfaction in his feminine eyes. Do you think Baya is your backyard? Do you think Jiang Qingyang is an ordinary man with no combat ability? Do you think you're mocking them? Don't you know that you're being mocked by them? Do you know? Jiang Wuxia asked. Zheng Shi has already found out about you. Was it me who stopped him? I can only tell him that I was the one who instructed him to do this. I intend to supervise this case. I'm just a bystander, but now I have no choice but to put out the fire. Qi Song, what do you think? I know I'm wrong, Qi Song said. Jiang Wuxia did not even look at him. He turned over and got to his feet. The thin silk robe vaguely showed the perfect lines of his muscles. However, his face on the robe was delicate and feminine. The two beautiful maids who were massaging his shoulders and legs quietly retreated. One of them stood behind him, while the other stood on his right. The palace master of Mental Cultivation Palace sat on one side of the soft couch, facing the scenery of Mount Xia. Qi Song half knelt on the left behind him. Everyone makes mistakes, so I'll forgive you this once, Jiang Wuxia said. Since you're already involved, you'll be responsible for finding the truth. Keep an eye on those people in Baya. Speaking of which, it's only right that I care about 11th brother. Yes, Qi Song replied respectfully, but I don't need the truth. Do you understand? I understand. Qi Song thought for a moment, then asked softly, Your Highness, who should I hand the truth to after finding it? It seemed that he really understood. He was not afraid of being stupid, but he was afraid of being smart. Jiang Wuxia looked at the mountains in the distance and said calmly, Zheng Shangming is a loyal dog. Lin Yuxi's future is limited. Work hard to promote Jiang Qingyang. After all, he's the king's favorite. Only he can make a big deal out of this. Understood. Qi Song bowed solemnly, then stood up and left. It was already the winter moon, and the red maples had withered. At this moment, Mount Xia was bare, and there was nothing to look at. However, Jiang Wuxia looked at it very seriously. There was not much expression on her delicate face. Why did the zither stop? He suddenly asked. The beauty playing the zither said, If your highness didn't listen attentively, the zither wouldn't have played. Was I not attentive enough? Your highness was busy suppressing your killing intent. How could you be in the mood to listen to the zither? Jiang Wuxia smiled. Say, being too smart will bring you big trouble. The woman named Wu Sei used her little finger to lightly stroke the strings of the zither. Dong, 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 dong. She said softly, Isn't your highness a big trouble for me? You're right. Jiang Wuxia smiled, but his eyes were still fixed on Mount Xia. People looked at the beautiful scenery, but he looked at the fragmented scenery. It's a pity that the world's beautiful scenery is so easy to wither. He sighed, then suddenly said, I want to play with my spear. Thus, he got off the soft couch and waved his hand. A bright red spear fell into his palm. Just like that, he held the bright red spear, directly stepping into the air, walking towards Sunset Mountain. The black and gold silk nightgown reflected the light. At this moment, there was no shadow on the mountain, and the setting sun shone. The man and the spear were both beautiful. There were thousands of kinds of people in the world. There were princes like Jiang Wuxia, who always went out of the palace. There were also princes like Jiang Wuhua, who almost imprisoned himself in Chang'an Palace and never went out. Except for some necessary ceremonies, he didn't go out of the palace unless he had to. Every day, he would play with flowers and grass, steaming and suffering, and he enjoyed himself. He once said, This is Chang'an Palace. While Jiang Wuxia was playing with his spear on Mount Xia, the crown prince and the crown princess were eating in Chang'an Palace. There were only 2 palace maids waiting on them. One was taking care of the crown prince, and the other was taking care of the crown princess. They moved quietly and didn't make a sound. Although the dining hall was spacious, the 2 of them chatted as they ate, so it didn't seem lonely. There weren't many dishes on the table. There were 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. They were all made by the crown prince himself, and the aroma filled the air. A eunuch came in with hurried footsteps. It was obvious that he had something important to report. However, when he reached the door of the dining hall, he stopped and didn't say anything. Everyone in Chang'an Palace knew that the crown prince and the crown princess couldn't be disturbed when they were eating. In the crown prince's rules, there weren't many things that were more important than eating. At least, what he had to report now wasn't as important as the crown prince and the crown princess eating. Is the deer meat not tender enough today? The crown prince said softly. We didn't have a July-old deer, so we chose a September-old one. This kind of banana-tailed deer isn't easy to raise. The meat is best between July and August. You're in a hurry to eat it, so there's no other way. Song Ning swallowed the deer meat in her mouth and commented, It's not tender, but it's chewy and has a unique flavor. Of course, the most important thing is that Your Highness the Crown Prince's culinary skills have reached perfection. Everything you make is delicious. This plate of pan-fried banana-tailed deer was indeed full of color, aroma, and taste. When it was first served, it still looked like a whole deer. However, it had already been sliced into thin slices and pieced together after being pan-fried. One could pick up a piece with a light poke with a pair of chopsticks. The meat was so thin that it was almost translucent. It had the texture of a banana leaf and was pan-fried until it was golden brown. However, it didn't look greasy. When the Chang'an Palace's secret condiments were sprinkled on the meat, the aroma lingered in the air. At this time, there were only a few slices left on the large plate. It was obvious that the crown princess really liked this dish. Jiang Wuhua cupped his hands at the table and bowed. He said sincerely, Thank you, Crown Princess, for coming. Song Ning waved her hand, indicating that she didn't have time to be polite with him. She used her chopsticks to pick up the few remaining slices of venison in front of her. Then, she ate it in a few mouthfuls with the sparkling and translucent white rice. Then, she put down the ivory chopsticks and picked up the teacup beside her. She gulped down the fragrant tea and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. I'm full. Do you want some soup? Jiang Wuhua asked. The main ingredient is the antler of this banana-tailed deer and the mushroom scent from Zhua County. It's very delicious. Song Ning shook her hand. I really can't drink anymore. My stomach is so round. She glanced at Jiang Wuhua slyly and shyly. You can touch it if you don't believe me. That's not very appropriate, is it? Jiang Wuhua said as his hand reached out. After a long while, smack! Song Ning slapped his hand and said angrily, Are you done? Oh! Jiang Wuhua withdrew his hand and said with a smile, It looks like you're really full. Sigh. Song Ning let out a long sigh. The desire for good food is a big hindrance to my cultivation. Jiang Wuhua was full of smiles. Isn't the happiness of husband and wife in the same bed? Go away. Song Ning rolled her eyes at him. Who's sleeping with you? Jiang Wuhua said. Who else can I sleep with when I'm alive and when I'm dead? You sure know how to say these things. Song Ning stood up and said, I won't disturb you from your work. I'm going to rest. Jiang Wuhua said gently, I've already asked someone to prepare the dessert in Qing Feng Garden. It was made this morning. Why don't you try it? Do you really think I'm not fat enough? Song Ning rebuked. In the end, she still turned and walked towards Qing Feng Garden. Compared to her demure appearance in front of others, she was much more lively when they were alone. Jiang Wuhua only smiled as he watched her leave. He did not say anything else. After the crown princess left with the palace maids, the eunuch standing outside the door walked in. He bowed and said, Your Highness, according to the latest news, the people from the Yangxin Palace are also involved in Fenggu's case. Jiang Wuhua pushed his bowl away and scooped a bowl of deer antler soup for himself. He took a small sip and said, That's expected. What about the Huaying Palace? The third prince hasn't made any moves. Perhaps we haven't been able to find out, the eunuch said. Jiang Wuhua shook his head and said, No movement means no movement. With Weio's personality, if he really did make a move on this matter, it wouldn't be small. He drank a few mouthfuls of soup and suddenly asked, I heard that someone went to warn Jiang Qingyang. Is that true? There is such a thing, the eunuch replied. Impudent. Jiang Wuhua put the spoon back into the bowl. And the great De Qi, who dares to be so arrogant? The eunuch said, The coachman's background is very clean. 3 generations of his ancestors have been coachmen for the Northern Yamen. Now he has disappeared. If he's alive, we can't find him. If he's dead, we can't find his corpse. We can't find any clues. Forget it. Let's leave this matter to the Northern Yamen. Jiang Wuhua waved his hand. Pass down my order. Have the Imperial City Guards strengthen the protection of the investigators, especially the residents of Jiang Wang and Lin Yuxi. Increase the patrols. This kind of thing can't happen again. There can't be any accidents happening to the 3 people in this case. Do you understand? Understood. The eunuch accepted the order and left in a hurry. Jiang Wuhua also lost interest in drinking soup. He stood up and walked out. He said casually, Today's soup is good. You can share it. The only maid left in the dining hall was used to it. She was not afraid and only bowed. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. Jiang Wuhua only waved his hand and walked out. Chapter 1387. All of Linzi was paying attention to Fenggu's case. Of course, they were all paying attention in secret. Especially when the more complicated side of the case was revealed, everyone was curious, and everyone avoided it. No one would discuss the case in public, but as long as they were qualified to know the progress of the case, they would keep a close eye on it. This could very well be the biggest political storm since Jiang Wuqi's death. Who could stay out of it? As a core member of this case, Jiang Wang, Lord Jiangju, who was in charge of supervising the investigation of this case, did not stop his daily cultivation lessons. After entering the outer building, in addition to the usual cultivation, there was also the development of the hidden star sea and the polishing of the star building. As long as he wanted to move forward, there would always be things to do. Even in terms of Dao techniques, the dragon and tiger Dao techniques had just been mastered and required more practice to control them. The flame flower incineration was the next supreme Dao technique that needed to be mastered. In addition, the 5 instant cast Dao techniques inscribed in the inner mansion level, the Rottenwood mantra, the 8 notes burning sea, the immortal state of voice, the 5 senses hell, and the fury, all had room for improvement after reaching the outer building. The 8 notes burning sea and the immortal state of voice were self-created. As one's horizons increased, new ideas would naturally emerge. However, if one wanted to improve the Rottenwood mantra, the 5 senses hell, and the fury as soon as possible, they obviously needed the help of the Dao development platform in the Great Illusionary Land. That would require merit. Currently, there were not many ways to obtain merit in the Great Illusionary Land. Other than contributing a large number of techniques, the only way was to earn merit in the Sword Discourse Arena. Jiang Wang was invincible in the inner mansion level. In the Sword Discourse Arena, at the outer building level, he was practically invincible. He fought 5 battles a day and had yet to taste defeat. If this continued, he might be able to reach the top of the Great Illusionary First Building without losing a single battle. The reason why he only fought 5 battles was that outside of cultivation, 5 high-quality battles with full concentration would already provide enough rewards. If it was simply to obtain victory and easily defeat his opponents, 5 battles, 50 battles, or even 500 battles would make no difference to Jiang Wang. That was not cultivation. Jiang Wang didn't enjoy the thrill of killing the weak. What he enjoyed was the uniqueness he felt from each of his opponents, the brilliance they displayed in battle, and the battle choices they made that made his eyes light up. It was the accumulation of these things that could become his resources and make him stronger. Therefore, he would often suppress his strength in battle and try out many new ideas that he would not easily try in a battle of life and death. This gave his opponent more opportunities and also gave himself more opportunities. But even then, in the battles on the grade 4 Sword Discourse Arena, he hadn't truly felt threatened even until now. After all, at the inner palace level, he had already defeated 4 outer palace level human devils by himself. Ordinary outer sect cultivators, even if they were elites who could enter the Great Illusionary Realm, would not be able to pose any threat to him. Especially now that the Great Illusionary Land was expanding rapidly, there were already more and more cultivators entering. There were also more and more weak cultivators. Of course, with the rapid increase in the base, there would be more and more experts active in the Great Illusionary Land. The strong would eventually meet at the peak. Jiang Wang would naturally be the person who would walk towards the peak. At the Grade 4 Sword Discourse Arena, after every battle, the winner would earn 200 merit points, while the loser would lose 400 merit points. It could clearly be seen that the further one progressed, the more merit points the Great Illusionary Land required. How much merit could support such a loss? From the analysis of the trend, in the future, if one wanted to freely exchange pointers with cultivators of the same level, one would also need to contribute as much as possible to the Dao platform. The strong would take merit and walk further and further, while the weak would need to continuously contribute Dao techniques to make up for the energy used to use the Sword Discourse Arena. In the continuous battle, they would maintain their own progress and evolve towards the strong. Almost all of the rules of the Great Illusionary Land were clearly promoting the evolution of Dao techniques, the innovation of Dao techniques, and the transformation of Dao techniques. It didn't even matter if these Dao techniques were strong or effective. That kind of novel and unique way of thinking that could open one's mind was the key to winning more merit. In turn, the convergence of countless Dao techniques would also cause the Dao platform to become stronger and stronger. It was completely conceivable that one day, when the Great Illusionary Land evolved to a certain stage, the innovation of Dao techniques would become faster and faster. It was even very likely that it would lead to a revolution in the cultivation world. Therefore, all the experts in the world had to intervene and supervise the operation of the Great Illusionary Land. Even the powerful Great Illusionary Sect could only share the authority of the Great Illusionary Land. The reason why the Great Illusionary Land was difficult to promote in the early stages was precisely because its potential could be seen with the naked eye. There were bound to be conservative people blocking the way, and there were bound to be people who had vested interests in the current situation. How the Great Illusionary Sect persuaded the experts to join in and jointly build the Great Illusionary Land was a magnificent story, of course. It was not the turn of Jiang Wang and win yet. He, who would win every battle, did not need to worry about the price of the sword discourse arena. No matter how much it was, he would always be the winner, so there was no need for him to pay. There were 5 battles a day in the Great Illusionary Land, and he would earn a fixed 1,000 merit points, which was far more than the merit points given by the Blessed Land every month. The merit points given by the 49 Blessed Lands from the Blessed Mountain only gave him 340 merit points, which was not even enough to lose a single battle on the rank 4 sword discourse arena. The value and difficulty of obtaining it clearly did not match. Therefore, the significance of the Blessed Land was definitely not in the merit points given, nor was it the door to the Blessed Land that led to the Hongmeng space. There must be a huge incentive for those experts to actively challenge the Blessed Land, and Jiang Wang could only guess. Ever since he inherited the Blessed Land, he had never been able to touch it. However, he was not anxious. At least now, he could already feel the level of strength of those opponents. It was not like before, when he could not even understand how he had lost. He was approaching that level of expert with firm steps. Every step he took was very steady. He knew that one day he would be able to stand there. Even if all the levels of his Blessed Lands were directly knocked down and he lost his Blessed Land, he would not be discouraged because he knew that he would win it back. After seriously fighting 5 battles and carefully reviewing them, Jiang Wang was about to leave the Great Illusionary Land when he suddenly saw a blue paper crane fluttering toward him. He reached out to catch it and opened it. It was a letter from Zhuo Guangshu. These days, he had been chatting with Zhuo Guangshu a lot. However, this child was a little strange recently. He always talked about this and that. It was difficult to respond to him. Jiang Wang himself was consistent. If he was not asking about Zhuo Guangshu's cultivation, he would ask about the details of the flame flower-burning city, and how Zhuo Guanglia had performed this technique before. Today's letter was still a little strange. Has Qi's golden-feathered phoenix flower bloomed? Jiang Wang replied, I only know about Fengxian County. I heard that it is very beautiful. Really? I have not seen it. After a while, Zhuo Guangshu's letter flew over. It was strange again. Well, Brother Dugu, how are you these days? Jiang Wang replied, I am very good. Zhuo Guangshu probably didn't have anything else to say, so he reluctantly replied, both Jing and Mu have increased the number of troops on the front line. A war is inevitable. Brother Dugu, please take care of yourself when the world is in turmoil. I'm also doing well in Chu. My cultivation is improving fast. By the way, are you still coming to the Mountain Sea realm? Jiang Wang thought for a while and replied, I am in Qi and have many things to do. Soon the paper crane came back. It doesn't matter. You can come or not. Jiang Wang replied again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He did not receive a reply for a long time. Maybe you want to cultivate. This child had always been very hard-working. Lord Jiang was a mature man. Of course, he would not argue with the child. He shook his head and left this matter behind. Then he left the Great Illusionary Land. He was most concerned about Feng Gu's case. The truth that Lin Yuxi had been pursuing for many years. The clues that Feng Gu had used his death to uncover. The position of Northern Yamen's commandant that countless people coveted. The person who had been sneaking around in the morgue, and the existence who had directly sent someone to warn him. Too many factors intertwined together, making this case exceptionally heavy. It was not just complicated. It was like an unusually large fishing net that had been spread out for many years. Although most of it was still hidden at the bottom of the water, everyone knew that it entangled and caught too many things. If he wanted to lift it up, he would need more than just the strength of his arm. If someone accidentally touched this net, they would fall to the bottom of the water, just like the coachman who had no such person. Speaking of which, he had deliberately used the art of remembrance to simulate the coachman's spiritual information. However, the connection had disappeared. Perhaps the coachman had been killed. Perhaps the coachman had been wiped out by a strong master. No matter what, such a clean pawn who had been in the northern Yamen for many years was deliberately thrown out just to knock Jiang Wang down. This was enough to prove the power of the person behind the scenes. Or perhaps the other party just wanted to provoke him, using such a move to make him unwilling to ignore it. There were so many things that he could not sort them out one by one. Jiang Wang simply did not think about it. He was determined to follow his own train of thought. Now, he was participating in this case as a supervisor. The other two cases, Zheng Shangming and Lin Yuxi, needed his cooperation. He had the initiative. There was no need to beat around the bush with the person in the dark. He sat quietly in the room for a while. It was already very late at night. Zheng Shangming's people came to the Jiang residence under the cover of the night. They brought a letter with them. They emphasized that they would only hand over the letter when they saw Jiang Wang. The butler, Xie Ping, personally brought them to Jiang Wang's courtyard. This was an ordinary-looking man. He looked at Jiang Wang carefully before he closed the letter in his arms. Young master said that this letter must be opened by Lord Zhu himself. It can't be passed through other people's hands. Thank you. Jiang Wang took the letter. The man bowed, turned around, and left without any hesitation. Xie Ping wanted to send him off, but he was already gone when he was not paying attention. Zheng Shangming had been in charge of the northern Yamen for many years. Naturally, he was not an ordinary person. He had all kinds of talents under him. These were also Zheng Shangming's resources. Unlike Jiang Wang, even the butler was hired with the help of Cheng Gongsheng. If he were to hire people on the streets, who knew what kind of people his family would be, it was not impossible that they would all be spies of others. Basically, only those who could use servants to give birth could be called aristocratic families. A few generations of servants were clean and reliable. Like Lord Zhu, he was still at the stage of being a nouveau riche. Jiang Wang opened the letter and said, "It's getting late. Go and rest. All right, winter is coming. Allocate some money and buy a few winter clothes for everyone. You have to be willing to spend money and buy clothes with sufficient materials." Originally, it was also difficult for him to think so carefully. It was in Dugu Zhao's letter that she reported her work in Qingyang town in great detail. Among them, there was such an expense. Thus, he also conveniently asked Xie Ping to handle it. All right, Xie Ping went down energetically. His master was a little poor, but he treated people very well. Jiang Wang opened the letter and looked at it. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zheng Shangming mentioned the constable at the morgue in the letter. He only said that the constable was sent by the Yangxin Palace to supervise the case. Other than that, Fenggu's body was not tampered with. The constable only checked it in passing. Jiang Wang really did not expect that Jiang Wuxia would be involved in this matter. However, when he thought about it carefully, weren't there only a few groups of people in the Qi department? How could the Yangxin Palace not pay attention to the assassination of noble consort Lei back then? Jiang Wang had always felt that Jiang Wuxia was a little frivolous and not dignified. Many people in the imperial court had criticized him, saying that he was extravagant and frivolous and unfit to be a ruler. However, Jiang Wang had never underestimated him. Moreover, as he got to know Jiang Wuxi better, he paid more attention to Jiang Wuxia. The reason was simple. If Jiang Wuxia was a mediocre person, what right did he have to compete with Jiang Wuxi? Emperor Qi had many children. He did not lack mediocre people. The Yangxin Palace stood there, and Jiang Wuxia's weight was there. He was on the same level as the Crown Prince, the Huaying Palace Master, and the Longevity Palace Master. If they only treated Jiang Wuxia as an ordinary frivolous prince, they would be treating these people as fools. Speaking of which, although Jiang Wuxia's entrance was logical, It undoubtedly added some weight to this case. Reading the letter by the light, Lord Jiang is really smart and eager to learn. Chung Gongsheng's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Wang had already heard his footsteps, so he only said casually, Zheng Xiaoming's letter. You're here at this time because... Chung Gongsheng walked into the room and looked at Jiang Wang with a complicated expression. There's news about Gong Sunyu. Where is he? Jiang Wang put away the letter and said directly, arrange for me to see him. The carriage is ready, Chung Gongsheng said. I asked someone to buy a few boxes of tonics a few days ago. I'll be in Linzi after dawn. I'll be visiting my grandfather at that time. You can hide in the boxes. When you arrive at the Marquis mansion, you can follow the person who went out to buy the tonics and leave in disguise. There shouldn't be many people who dare to spy on the Marquis mansion. The shadow guards will take you directly to the target place. Can't I go now? Jiang Wang asked. Chung Gongsheng said unhappily, do you think it's normal for me to visit my grandfather in the middle of the night? If it were you, wouldn't you be suspicious? It'll be dawn in a few hours. Lord Jiang, have you forgotten that you're going to the Longevity Palace to investigate the case later? Jiang Wang turned his head and looked out the window. He felt that the day had passed very quickly. Is Gong Sunyu very far away now? He asked. It's not very far. It's just the Biwu County. Chung Gongsheng said, but you won't be able to make it in time. And why is he in such a hurry to see him? All right, then we'll talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Wang didn't answer. He only said, I'll study Taoist technique for a while. Even though he could see that Jiang Wang didn't really want to chat, Chung Gongsheng still knocked on his chair. Have you thought about what I told you during the day? I'm still thinking. Jiang Wang smiled and changed the topic. Speaking of Taoist techniques, when will you be able to take down Chung Xuan's theurgy? Theurgy depends on luck after all. Chung Gongsheng grinned. Then you should cultivate. 14 is still waiting for me. His fat figure walked out of the room, just like that. With his intelligence, it would be very difficult for him to pretend that Jiang Wang had diverted the topic away from him. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. He quickly sank back into the world of Taoist techniques. Compared to the chaos of the mortal world, the vastness of the cultivation world was more intoxicating, until the long night became long. Until the morning light fell into the room. Chapter 1388. Not long after daybreak, the carriage with the Baya sign arrived and waited outside the gates of the Jiang Manor. The coachman was an unfamiliar face. Jiang Wang instinctively memorized the aura of the coachman's spirit before looking inside the carriage. Zheng Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi were both there. They each sat on one side of the carriage in silence. Everyone had their own specialties. After not seeing each other for a night, they should have made some progress in the case. However, judging from their expressions, there were no changes at all. Those who were good at finding clues were also good at hiding them. Jiang Wang bowed and entered the carriage, sitting right in the middle. This coachman is from my own family. Zheng Xiaoming said, there are more guards patrolling the streets near your house at Changle Palace's request. There are also guards near Deputy Envoy Lin's house. The Crown Prince has given strict orders to ensure that this case is not interfered with. Jiang Wang knew that this was the result of the coachman's threat. It wasn't that he didn't deserve a bigger entourage, but that coachman had disappeared in various ways, so no one could blame him. Understood, Jiang Wang said. He was not interested in today's search. He was only thinking about what clues Gong Sunyu could provide. He planned to cultivate all the way to the Longevity Palace. But Lin Yuxi suddenly said, we have the results of the examination of the 11th Prince's bowl of medicinal soup. What do you mean? Other than the spirit-suppressing grass, there are also fierce sunflowers, red feather powder, red belly spider feet. They're all medicines that can resist cold poison. It seems that there are no abnormalities, Jiang Wang said. Yes. Lin Yuxi turned to look at Zheng Xiaoming. Constable Zheng, did you find anything from yesterday's interrogation? I heard that you went to perform another autopsy last night. Zheng Xiaoming laughed bitterly. I thought that I would find something, but I thought too much. When it comes to investigating a case, we can't avoid taking the wrong path. Lin Yuxi nodded, then asked Constable Zheng, "Do you have any ideas to share today? You have to be open-minded when it comes to investigating a case, but you can't just imagine it out of thin air. We still have to look at the clues. Search the evidence first, then we can talk about other things." When he said this nonsense, Zheng Xiaoming's expression was very serious. Lin Yuxi only said, "Constable Zheng is right." Jiang Wang was expressionless the whole time. The two of them had been in the carriage together for so long, all the way from Bea, without saying a single word. All he had to do was wait for him to come before he could put on a show. "Lord Jiang doesn't seem to be in a good mood?" Zheng Xiaoming asked pointedly. "Oh," Jiang Wang asked. "You haven't been talking," Zheng Xiaoming explained. Jiang Wang said in a muffled voice, "After all, you're in charge of investigating the case. It's fine as long as you reach an agreement." "That's true." Zheng Xiaoming nodded and stopped talking. The carriage arrived at the Longevity Palace once more in an eerie silence. Zheng Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi were very active in their work. They devoted themselves to the search of the Longevity Palace, from the front hall to the back hall, from Jiang Wuqi's bedroom to the eunuchs and palace maids' rooms. They didn't let go of a single clue. Jiang Wang followed behind silently. Unless it was necessary, he didn't say a word. This time, the search covered the entire Longevity Palace. Zheng Xiaoming and Lin Yuxi went through almost every corner of the palace. It wasn't until sunset that they announced the end of the search. "Did Lord Lin find any useful clues?" Zheng Xiaoming asked. "There are too many clues. It's getting more and more confusing." Lin Yuxi shook his head and asked, "What about Lord Zheng?" Zheng Xiaoming also shook his head. "Same as Lord Lin. I think Feng Gu's death. Could it be related to Pingping's revenge?" "It's very likely," Lin Yuxi said seriously. Jiang Wang silently watched them set up the stage to perform, not saying a word. "Did Lord Jiang find anything?" Lin Yuxi suddenly asked. "Nothing. Both of you are quite normal." Jiang Wang turned around and said, "Let's go back." Lin Yuxi and Zheng Xiaoming obviously focused on the assassination of imperial concubine Lei. They both knew what the other was thinking, but they pretended not to know. Lin Yuxi only wanted to find out the truth of that year, make it public, and prove her father's innocence. Until now, Lin Kuang's cause of death was still recorded in the files of the northern government. He committed suicide due to incompetence in handling the case. His reputation was ruined. Zheng Xiaoming also wanted to find out the truth of that year. But whether this truth was made public or not, it had to be in line with the emperor's likes and dislikes. This would pave the way for him to take over the position of commandant of the northern government. If Jiang Wang was willing to take over the position of commandant of the northern government, he would give this benefit to him. If Jiang Wang wasn't willing, he would have to perform well. This was the conflict between the two of them. So, who would find the truth first became the key to the problem. So, although they said that they were working together to solve the case, they were also on guard against each other. If they could find clues that could not be made public, they would definitely keep them to themselves. With Jiang Wang's words, there was no need for them to put on an act anymore. So they left. The heavy palace gate slowly closed, temporarily sealing the palace. The three blue metal sat in the carriage in silence. Interestingly, the people in the carriage all felt that they were close to the truth. Although they were silent, they each had their own goals and choices. Lin Yuxi needed Jiang Wang to turn a blind eye. The open eye was called truth, and the closed eye was called duty. She wanted to grasp the clues of the assassination of imperial concubine Lei first and find out the truth of that year. Zheng Xiaoming needed Jiang Wang to agree to take over the position of commandant of the northern government. Only then would he share the clues of this case with him. He also needed Jiang Wang to turn a blind eye. But the open eye was called loyalty, and the closed eye was called truth. As for Jiang Wang, he wanted to make a choice after knowing the truth. The best result was that the three of them could end up in the same place. That was the situation that Sheng Gongsheng said. The emperor should know the truth. But Jiang Wang had to prepare for the worst. Of course, on this day, Lin Yuxi and Zheng Shangming were looking for clues, and Jiang Wang was silently cultivating. But in fact, this whole day was just the three of them testing each other's patience. The carriage dropped off Zheng Shangming and Lin Yuxi in the northern government. Then, it sent Jiang Wang back to his mansion alone. After watching a boring show in the Palace of Eternal Life, he didn't want to go to the northern government to watch it. Anyway, neither side would share the clues with him, so he simply left. This is too boring. This was the only thought Jiang Wang had after he got out of the carriage. Fortunately, he had his own preparations. Stepping into the mansion, he went straight to his bedroom and closed the door to cultivate. He didn't just do this for a day or two, but every day. It was natural. Jiang Wang was trapped in cultivation and couldn't extricate himself. Cheng Geng-sheng took advantage of Yung Genzuan's absence to curry favor with Marquis Baoan. As soon as Jiang Wang returned to his mansion, Cheng Geng-sheng swaggered out the door with 14. He pulled 2 carriages full of tonics and headed straight for the Marquis Baoan's mansion. This kind of ostentatious behavior was not uncommon for him. Probably not many people in Linzi didn't know that he, young Master Sheng, was filial. In Yung Genzuan's absence, he was the well-deserved young master of the Marquis Mansion. Although this fatty was only willing to stay at Jiang Qingyang's place most of the time. As soon as they entered the mansion, Cheng Geng-sheng took the housekeeper's hand and said seriously, "These are the tonics I worked hard to buy. Make sure the storeroom keeps them well. Sorry for the trouble." The housekeeper was flattered and repeatedly said yes. Cheng Geng-sheng waved his hand and strode inside. Of course, he didn't need anyone to lead the way in his own home. When he reached the inner courtyard, he shouted from afar, "Grandpa, your grandson is here to see you." "What are you shouting about? What are you shouting about?" Before Chongxian Yunbua could speak, Chongxian Mingguang, who was holding a small stool to massage the old master's feet, had already assumed the posture of an elder and scolded, "The old master is already more than 100 years old, and his cultivation is already regressing. Can he withstand your shouting? I'll let you scare him again. Really, you're already so old, but you still don't know anything." 14 stood outside the courtyard. Cheng Geng-sheng walked in alone. Facing Chongxian Mingguang's saliva, his face was still full of smiles. "Uncle's lecture is right. Didn't I specially buy 2 carts of tonics? It's to make sure that nothing bad happens to Grandpa. At this age, there's no God descending. What's the use of tonics? All you do is spend money in vain. What will happen if you become the head of the household in the future?" Chongxian Mingguang lectured his nephew, and his hands didn't stop massaging. He turned his head to look at the old master, his serious expression instantly turning into flattery. "Father, don't you think so? As the head of the household, you can't find someone who's too extravagant. Your son has been meticulous in his calculations for so many years, and the account book is called beautiful. What do you think?" The old master only looked at him faintly. "From your tone, you seem to dislike that I've lived for too long." This gaze was too familiar. How could it not be a beating? Chongxian Mingguang was timid since he was young, and immediately panicked. "I didn't mean that. Shut up if you don't know how to speak." The old master impatiently pulled his leg back. "Sit aside." Originally, he thought that this guy came to the county every day to help his grandson Yung Ganzuan inherit the title. It was too obvious. After all, it was the heart of a parent. As the head of the family, he could understand. Whoa, he didn't expect this piece of trash to have some intention of inheriting the family business. How shameless was he? How could he not cut him off quickly? Chongxian Yunbua couldn't help but reflect on himself. When did he give this guy the wrong impression? If it weren't for the fact that his grandson was still in front of him, and he had to consider his dignity as an uncle, he would have kicked him out long ago. "Oh." Chongxian Mingguang moved the small stool away, feeling wronged. Cheng Geng-sheng swayed his fat body as he walked over, swaying gracefully. Looking at Chongxian Mingguang, he smiled. "Uncle, you're already in your 60s. You can also eat these supplements. If it's not enough, I'll buy more later." Chongxian Mingguang was a handsome man who was the enemy of time. What he hated the most was other people mentioning his age. However, at this time, in front of the old master, he couldn't flare up. He couldn't scold his nephew for not caring about him, right? He could only say, "Good boy," quietly turn his face, and fiercely glare at Chung Gong-sheng. Chung Gong-sheng accepted it with a smile and didn't react at all. Chong Xian Yunbua half leaned on the recliner and said slowly, "Why did you suddenly think of sending me supplements?" Chung Gong-sheng moved the big chair that the servants brought over to the old master's side. He sat on it with a smile and said, "Haven't I always been concerned about you? You are the pillar of the Zhonggenjia clan. You must be protected." Zhongshuan Yunbua suddenly sighed. Can a heaven-supporting pillar that needs to be protected still support the heavens? This was an old general who took off his armor and put it back on for the clan. He spent his life on the battlefield, and he was already this old. Chung Gong-sheng stopped smiling and said seriously, "As long as you're here, the sky won't fall." "Chung-er, you're very smart. I haven't seen many children smarter than you." Chong Xin Yunbo looked at him and said slowly, "But smart people often think they're smart. They don't care about the rules of the world and think they can control anything. Sometimes you should know when to stop. Even we Zhonggenjia can't meddle in everything." Chung Gong-sheng wanted to use Marquis Boang's mansion as a cover to send Jiang Wang out of the city quietly. It was impossible to hide it from Chongqing Yunbua. This was not a big deal. What made the old master afraid was naturally the assassination of imperial concubine Lei. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing," Chung Gong-sheng said. "That's right," Chongqing Mingguang suddenly said. Chung Gong-sheng looked at him in surprise. "You can actually understand what we're talking about?" Chongqing Mingguang looked at his fat nephew with a smug expression that said, "I've got something on you, right? I heard that you're in the gambling business, right? The word gambling is harmful. How many families have been destroyed, and how many wives and children have been separated? Is this a business that a decent family does? If this gets out, it will ruin the reputation of the Zhonggenjia. Today, I'll say it here. I and the word gambling are irreconcilable. The Zhonggenjia, and the word gambling are irreconcilable. You can't make a mistake, or it'll be too late to regret it." Father. He probably knew that it was useless no matter how fierce his words were, so he turned to Chongqing Yunbua for support. "Tell this guy to close it quickly." Chung Gong-sheng was stunned. "Uncle, I saw you visiting a casino 2 days ago." Chongqing Mingguang glared at him. "Is visiting a casino the same as running a casino? Are they the same? You're harming people, and I'm being harmed. Can our Marquis Boang's mansion do business that harms people?" Chongqing Yunbua was obviously a little tired, but he was not in a mood to give advice to his eldest son. If he could teach him well, why would he wait until today? He just waved his hand weakly at Chung Gong-sheng. "Indeed, there's no need to do business in this area. Actually, I only have a few shares, and it's under someone else's name," Chung Gong-sheng explained, and then said, "Since grandfather and uncle have spoken, I'll close it when I get back." Chongqing Mingguang nodded with satisfaction. "It's great that you can correct your mistakes. Although Sheng made a mistake, he's still a Zhonggenjia boy after all. His foundation is still good." He put on a stern face again and played a show of kindness and severity. "Let's go back and close it now, to avoid any more trouble. If the casino stays open for 2 more hours, the Zhonggenjia will be poked in the back for 2 more hours. I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles, just sitting here." Chung Gong-sheng didn't mind at all and said with a smile, "Uncle is right. I'll go back and close the casino." He then said to Chongqing Yunbua, "Grandfather, I'll come to see you next time." Chongqing Mingguang was afraid that his fat nephew would take advantage of his genius son's absence to steal his grandfather's favor with flowery words, so he rushed to say, Go. I'll take care of the old man. Don't worry, go back and cultivate well. Your cultivation is too far behind." Although Chung Gong-sheng always adhered to the principle of "you're always right" towards Chongqing Mingguang, he was a little angry when he heard this. "How dare you criticize my cultivation?" But after thinking about it, he still smiled and left the courtyard. With his uncle like this, what more could he ask for? Chongqing Mingguang didn't know Chung Gong-sheng's thoughts. Seeing his fat nephew leave, he felt that he had won an important game for his son and was very excited. If he didn't worry, what would happen to What would happen to this family? He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he went back to the old man's side. With a solicitous and mysterious face, he said, "Old man, didn't you just say that you can't hold up the sky? I understand you. I have a prescription here. It's quite useful." Chung Gung Sheng was about to walk out of the Marquis's estate when he suddenly heard an angry roar coming from the rear courtyard. It was as if an old general had returned to the battlefield, like an angry lion waking up, like a fierce tiger roaring at the mountain. "I'll kill you, you unfilial son." Chapter 1389. Jiang Wang followed the carriage bought by Marquis Boang's residence and left Linzi City safely. Actually, they didn't encounter any checks at all. However, the shadow guard that Chung Gung Sheng assigned to lead the way left a deep impression on Jiang Wang. He was the one who shouted that he had seen the true meaning of Tao during the opening of Taishikorn Tower in Tianfu City. He looked honest and considerate, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen by Chongxian Fat. When it came to working, he was actually very quiet. He only led the way without saying a single word. Chung Gung Sheng mentioned that these shadow guards were trained by his uncle, Chongxian Chuyang. Jiang Wang had a lot of trust in their abilities and loyalty. Biwu County was to the east of Linzi, so it wasn't far. They quickly arrived at their destination, a manor on the outskirts of Chifeng City, the capital of Biwu County. It was a dark night with a bright moon, but there were a few spots of light in the sky. The manor covered a large area, like a giant beast lurking in the shadows. Gong Sunyu and Yang Jing are good friends. After leaving the Longevity Palace, he lived here in seclusion. The shadow guard explained until here. Seeing Jiang Wang's blank face, he added, "Yang Jing is the younger brother of Biwu County's county chief, Yang Luo." What Jiang Wang didn't know was that Yang Jing had participated in the selection for the Yellow River meeting. He had reached the outer tower at a young age and was considered the #1 genius in Biwu County. However, he wasn't ranked in the entire Qi City. He didn't even have the chance to participate in the master's ceremony. Of course, he understood the shadow guard's reminder and explained, "I just want to ask Gong Sun Yu a few questions. There won't be any conflict." The shadow guard said faintly, "I don't think you'll be visiting with a name card." "Yes, I need to keep this a secret. Then it'll be difficult for there to be no conflict." The shadow guard was obviously very experienced. He handed over a layout map of the manor and said, "Gong Sun Yu hasn't stepped out since he came here. He doesn't see any guests, and few people know he's here." This manor was Yang Jing's property. Usually, you would only stay there for a while during hunting season. It was very quiet. Gong Sun Yu's room has been marked out on the map. When you visit her, just make sure to be quiet. Jiang Wang took the map and found that the information was indeed very detailed. He had put in a lot of effort into gathering information. While looking, he asked, "I still don't know your name. How should I address you?" "Green Brick." The shadow guard didn't explain the meaning of this name and only said, "I will stand guard outside for you." Every 15 minutes, there would be 2 bird calls, which meant that everything was normal. The 3 consecutive bird calls meant that something unexpected had happened and they needed to leave. If there's no sound for more than half an hour, then I'm dead. There wasn't anything wrong with this reminder, but the word death was too common for Chu Yang to say. It was as if he was saying that if he was hungry, he would eat by himself. It could only be said that the soldiers trained by Xiong Tu were indeed not ordinary. Jiang Wang wanted to say, "I'm just going to have a chat. There's no need to be so nervous." But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything in the end. He took the layout of the manor and flipped into the garden. He had spent so much effort to sneak into Biwu County. How could he say that there was no need to be nervous? The county governor of Biwu County, Yang Luo, was at the peak of the outer building. Being able to become a county governor of an overlord country like Qi was naturally not comparable to ordinary cultivators of the same level. With the help of the seal of Biwu County, his combat power couldn't be underestimated. Only places like the 3 counties of Yangdi, which were newly attached, could give people like Huang Yixing a chance. Of course, he had always been a town commissioner and hadn't had the time to become a county governor. However, for Jiang Wang now, Being a county governor at the peak of the outer building meant that there was no other official in the entire Biwu County who could compete with him. Therefore, Jiang Wang sneaked into the manor with a very relaxed attitude. It wasn't that no one in Biwu County was his opponent except for Yang Luo. For example, there was the former prime minister in Beihai County, the Leaf family in Sherman County, and the Tian family in Days County. Of course, there were some people living in seclusion in Biwu County, but those people wouldn't appear here. This manor, which Yang Jing used to stay in when he was hunting, had been decorated with great care. The rockery and winding corridor were very well designed. The decorations weren't extravagant, but they were just right. Jiang Wang wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Following the map, he quickly found the courtyard where Gong Sunyu lived. The courtyard was very small, and the layout was simple and unsophisticated. At a glance, it was very simple, and there was nothing extra. The manor was very quiet at night. Only the light in Gong Sunyu's bedroom was lit. Jiang Wang thought for a while and didn't hide anything. He directly pushed the door open and entered. A man with a tall hat and wide belt with an elegant temperament was sitting cross-legged on a stone couch. Unlike many places in Qi, Biwu County had the custom of sleeping on stone couches. No one knew how it came to be. Qi had expanded and become the overlord of the eastern region. It had swallowed many countries along the way. Therefore, there were many customs in the country that couldn't be traced. The stone couch was very large and could be roughly divided into two halves. The half that Gong Sunyu was sitting on was covered with a pillow and a short table in front of him. On the right side of the short table was a pile of books. They were all very old. It was obvious that reading under the light at night had become a habit. On the upper left corner of the short table was a candlestick shaped like a pine tree. It was of extraordinary quality. The candlelight was still, giving off a warm and peaceful feeling. Jiang Wang didn't conceal himself when he walked in. Therefore, he naturally sensed the movement and looked up. He was holding a book in his hand. The pages were open and faintly yellowed. He recognized Jiang Wang. On Mount Yunwu, Jiang Wang blew up the sea of clouds with the 8 tones flame sparrow. It was impossible for him to forget. However, he didn't seem to be surprised. He just looked at Jiang Wang quietly and cast a questioning look. Under the control of the immortal state of sound, the sound in the room wouldn't leak out. "How long have you been here?" Jiang Wang asked. Gong Sunyu just looked at him and didn't say anything. Jiang Wang realized that he had asked a stupid question. If he could find out where Gong Sunyu was living, how could he not know when he moved in? "I came to find you because I have some questions to ask you. I hope you can help me," Jiang Wang said directly. Gong Sunyu still just looked at him. He didn't even move the book in his hand. He was as silent as a statue. He was a disciple of a famous family. Among the scholars, he was known for his eloquence and was known as the sharp-tongued sword. A taciturn disciple of a famous family. It couldn't be said that it wasn't a kind of irony. He still remembered that on Mount Yunwu, this person was very eloquent and eloquent. How long had it been? How could he be so taciturn? What on earth had happened? Jiang Wang vaguely felt that the answer he was looking for might be in it. How could Gong Sunyu not know the secrets that Fenggu knew? "Can you tell me why you left the Longevity Palace?" Jiang Wang asked. Gong Sunyu's eyelids drooped slightly, but he still didn't answer. Jiang Wang didn't want to give him any pressure. He sat down on the tea stool and poured himself a cup of herbal tea. He said slowly, "I didn't see you at the 11th prince's funeral." Gong Sunyu was expressionless. Jiang Wang took a sip of tea and continued. "You were the 11th prince's confidant, the person he trusted the most." He put down the teacup and looked at Gong Sunyu. "Do you think the 11th prince had any regrets when he left? Do you want to help him make up for his regrets?" Gong Sunyu suddenly smiled. It was a bitter smile. He smiled and shook his head. Jiang Wang didn't know for a moment whether he was shaking his head because of the first question or the second question. "Although the 11th prince has left, I think maybe we could do something," Jiang Wang said. "Are you willing to share with me what you know?" Gong Sunyu looked at Jiang Wang quietly and suddenly opened his mouth. His mouth was wide open in a very undignified way. People could see that there was only half a tongue in his mouth. His tongue was broken. A disciple of a famous family losing his tongue was like a swordsman losing his sword. This was the part that he should be most proud of and rely on the most. Who cut off his tongue? Who did it? Jiang Wang heard his voice was a little dry. But Gong Sun Yu just looked at him. His mouth was closed. The scholar behind the candlestick seemed to have had all his desire to communicate taken away by the broken tongue. Jiang Wang asked, "Can we communicate by writing?" Gong Sun Yu shook his head. "Or I can ask you a few questions. You can nod or shake your head." Gong Sun Yu didn't move his head. He just looked at Jiang Wang. In his eyes, there was only silence that kept people 1,000 miles away. He didn't want to say anything. He wouldn't say anything. Jiang Wang sighed and said, "Do you know that Fenggu is dead?" 3 feet of white silk was hung in the morning hall of the 11th prince. These words seemed to finally touch Gong Sun Yu. He reached into his sleeve. He took out a dagger and gently threw it at Jiang Wang's feet. His left hand lifted the corner of his right sleeve and made a gesture of invitation. This was his last expression tonight. His meaning was clear. He wouldn't say anything. Either leave or kill him. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. He picked up the dagger on the ground, got up, and walked forward. This bedroom was no more than 12 steps away. The distance between him and Gong Sun Yu was no more than 6 steps. If he wanted to kill Gong Sun Yu, it wouldn't take more than a breath. Whether Gong Sun Yu resisted or not, it wouldn't affect this time. One was the world-famous young Tianjiao. The other was a famous disciple and was once a prominent figure in Linzi City. Before today, they had only met once. There was almost no other interaction between them. After parting at Yunwu Mountain, each of them was too different. In this world, everyone was going through their own life. It was just that Jiang Wang's magnificent life was sung all over the world. Gong Sun Yu's raging waves were all swallowed by that half-broken tongue. Over and over again, he chewed alone. Gong Sun Yu gently closed his eyes. He was very calm. He had no regrets and no complaints. But he only heard a soft sound. It was the sound of the dagger gently knocking on the low table. He opened his eyes. There was no one in front of him. Only the dagger on the low table proved that the person had indeed been here. After leaving Gong Sun Yu's courtyard, he removed the sound seal. Jiang Wang's face was expressionless. He just went back the way he came. He jumped out of the manor and met up with a shadow guard named Green Brick. The constant chirping of birds indicated that nothing unusual had happened outside the manor under the surveillance of Green Brick. There was a mountain forest not far from the south of the manor. Green Brick was hiding in it. Controlling the chirping of birds didn't seem out of place. Jiang Wang moved like the wind, brushing through the night. But he suddenly stopped in front of the mountain forest. He put his hand on his sword. "I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to find an old friend. I didn't hurt anyone or damage the manor. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the manor and check," he said in a gentle tone. "Please don't hurt the people I brought with me. You're good at controlling birds, but the chirping is too regular." A young man of medium height, carrying a bow and a sword, walked out from the shadows of the mountain forest. He looked at Jiang Wang with his sharp eyes. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Jing." The chirping of birds stopped. The moonlight was dim, and the night was windless. "I'm Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang kept his distance. He cupped his hands and said, "I came uninvited tonight. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. Please forgive me, young Master Yang. If there's anything I could do to make it up to you, please tell me." Yang Jing looked at him and said, "I've heard a lot about you." 2 cultivators in tight robes walked out of the forest. They escorted Green Brick, who was tied up. Judging from the young man's bruised and swollen face, he obviously suffered a bit. But fortunately, he wasn't injured, and his cultivation was fine. "My name is not worth mentioning." Jiang Wang said, "There are 28 friends in the forest. Why don't you come out together so I can get to know you all?" Then, one black figure after another walked out of the forest. Each of them had a saber on their waist. They had a cold temperament and vaguely formed a military formation. The Yang family could take root in Biwu County for so long. Although it wasn't a famous family, it was not to be underestimated. Yang Jing smiled carelessly. "How did you guess it was me and not some other trouble you caused?" "If it was some other trouble I caused, I wouldn't have noticed it," Jiang Wang explained calmly and said, Please give me a chance to make up for my offense. That won't be necessary. Yang Jing raised his chin, and his subordinates loosened Qing Shi's tie. He looked at Jiang Wang and said, "My friend is fine, and so are your people." Jiang Wang said sincerely, "Thank you for your generosity, young Master Yang. My friend doesn't want to see guests. I hope there won't be a next time. If there's a next time, I'll give you my name card first," Jiang Wang said. "I won't see you out. Then we won't disturb you any longer." Jiang Wang cupped his hands and left with a shadow guard named Green Brick. "Are we letting them go just like that?" Looking at the backs of the two men, one of his subordinates approached and asked, "What else can we do?" Yang Jing sighed. "That's Jiang Qingyang. But this is Biwu County," the subordinate said. "Biwu County is very small, but the world is very big." Yang Jing shook his head. "Looks like it's time for Brother Gongsun to change his residence. Does it still hurt?" Jiang Wang asked as they walked on the road. Green Brick grinned. "It's nothing, but because of me, your whereabouts were still exposed. He won't tell anyone," Jiang Wang said confidently. "Judging from Yang Jing's attitude tonight, it wasn't easy for you to find this place." Green Brick said calmly, "We'll do whatever young Master Xing asks us to do." Jiang Wang thought of Green Brick's exaggerated exclamation of the true meaning of Tao. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you all from military?" "Ah, yes," Green Brick said. "We were trained under Lord Xiong Tuesday. There are no weak soldiers under the command of a famous general," Jiang Wang praised. Green Brick was probably not used to being praised. He asked, "Are we going back to Lindsay now?" Jiang Wang looked at the sky and sighed. "We can only go back to Lindsay." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.